Yo, what's up everyone? It's Cosmic Wand, and today we're checking out, what if Harry discovered a hyperbolic time chamber hidden under Hogwarts and trained 100 years in a single night? Drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1, The Door Beneath the Stairs. The blood on the back of Harry's hand hadn't dried yet. He sat on the edge of his bed in Gryffindor Tower, holding his right hand under the thin moonlight that cut through the window. The words were still there, carved into his skin in his own handwriting, pink and swollen and throbbing with every heartbeat. I must not tell lies. He flexed his fingers. The skin split along the L in lies, and a fresh bead of blood welled up, dark in the silver light. He watched it roll down his wrist and drop onto his pajama pants. He didn't wipe it away. Around him, the dormitory was full of the sounds of sleeping boys. Ron's snoring came in long, stuttering waves. Neville muttered something unintelligible and rolled over. Seamus hadn't spoken to Harry in weeks, but even his silence had a rhythm to it, the steady breathing of someone who didn't have a Dark Lord crawling through his dreams every night. Harry closed his eyes and immediately saw the corridor. The same corridor. The Department of Mysteries, stretching out in front of him, the black door at the end pulling at him like a fishhook behind his navel. Voldemort's excitement bleeding through the scar, thick and oily and hungry. He opened his eyes. His heart was hammering. 3 hours. He'd gotten maybe 3 hours of sleep before the vision dragged him awake, gasping, his scar feeling like someone had pressed a lit cigarette to his forehead. And before that, 2 hours of Umbridge's detention, the quill scratching the same words into his flesh over and over while she sipped her tea and smiled at him with that wide, toad-like mouth. I must not tell lies. He wasn't lying. Voldemort was back. Cedric was dead. And nobody, not the Ministry, not the Prophet, not even Dumbledore, who wouldn't so much as look at him, nobody seemed to care that Harry was drowning. He stood up. The floor was cold under his bare feet. He couldn't stay in this bed. Couldn't close his eyes again without seeing that corridor, or Cedric's body hitting the ground, or the flash of green light that visited him every time the world went quiet. He pulled the invisibility cloak from his trunk, moving carefully, slowly, the way you learn to move when you've spent years sneaking around a castle full of magic, and draped it over himself. Then he reached for the Marauder's map. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, he whispered, tapping the parchment with his wand. The map bloomed to life. Ink lines spreading like veins, forming corridors and classrooms and the tiny labeled dots of sleeping students and patrolling staff. Filch was on the 3rd floor, moving in his usual arthritic shuffle. Mrs. Norris was 2 corridors ahead of him. Snape was in his office, probably brewing something foul or brooding over old grudges. Umbridge was in her quarters, and Harry felt a spike of something hot and bitter just seeing her name. He wasn't going anywhere in particular. He just needed to move. Needed to feel like he had some kind of control over something, even if it was just where his feet took him in the middle of the night. He slipped out of the dormitory and down the spiral staircase, through the common room where the fire had burned down to embers, and out through the portrait hole. The fat lady grumbled in her sleep but didn't wake. The castle was different at night. Harry had always known that. He'd been sneaking around Hogwarts after hours since he was 11, but tonight it felt more pronounced. The shadows were deeper. The suits of armor seemed to watch him pass with more attention than usual. The magic in the walls hummed at a frequency he could almost hear, like a bass note just below the threshold of perception. He walked without direction. Past the library. Past the charms corridor. Down a flight of stairs that rearranged itself under his feet and deposited him on the 4th floor when he'd been aiming for the 2nd. He glanced at the map. And stopped. There was something on the map he'd never seen before. Below the lowest levels of the castle, below the dungeons, below the Chamber of Secrets, below everything, a single room had appeared. It wasn't labeled with a name. It was just a space, rectangular and large, and inside it a tiny dot of ink pulsed slowly, like a heartbeat. No name attached to it. Just the dot, expanding and contracting rhythmically. Harry stared at it. He'd studied this map for years. He'd memorized its passages and shortcuts and hidden rooms. This had never been there before. He watched the dot pulse 3 more times. Then he folded the map and started walking. It took him 20 minutes to find the entrance. The map showed the room far below, but the path to it wasn't obvious. No staircase led directly down that far, and the few passages that descended into the deep foundations of the castle all dead-ended or looped back on themselves. Harry was about to give up when he passed the stretch of wall on the 7th floor where the room of requirement hid. He wasn't thinking about the room of requirement. He was thinking about what was below it. But as he walked past, the wall shivered. Not the way it usually did, not the slow appearance of a door responding to a need. This was different. A section of stone near the floor slid sideways, revealing a narrow opening barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Beyond it, stairs descended into darkness. Harry crouched down and pointed his wand into the gap. Lumos. The light revealed stone steps, worn smooth by age. Not the rough-hewn stone of the Hogwarts dungeons. Something older. The edges of the steps were rounded like river stones, as if thousands of years of footsteps, or thousands of years of time, had eroded them. He should go back. He should tell someone. He should tell Ron, or Hermione, or who? Dumbledore, who wouldn't meet his eyes. McGonagall, who answered to Umbridge now. Sirius, trapped in Grimmauld Place and half-mad with cabin fever. Harry squeezed through the gap and started down the stairs. The passage spiraled downward for what felt like a long time. The air grew warmer as he descended, not colder, which was wrong, because going underground should have meant cold and damp. Instead, the air felt dry and electric, like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. The hair on Harry's arm stood up. His scar didn't hurt, which was something. This wasn't Voldemort. This was something else entirely. The stairs ended at a corridor. The walls here were covered in carvings, not the kind Harry had seen in the Chamber of Secrets, which were serpentine and sinister. These were geometric. Circles within circles, spirals that seemed to move when he looked at them from the corner of his eye, patterns that suggested something mathematical and precise and vastly complex. Runes were etched between the patterns, but they weren't any runes Harry recognized. Not the Elder Futhark he'd seen in Hermione's Ancient Runes textbooks. Something older. He followed the corridor. It branched twice, but each time, the map showed him the way, the pulsing dot below him acting like a beacon. The second branch opened into a wider passage, and then the passage opened into. Harry stopped breathing. The chamber was enormous. It stretched out before him like a cathedral, the ceiling lost somewhere in the darkness above. The floor was smooth stone, pale and luminous, giving off a faint light of its own. The walls curved upward and away, and every inch of them was covered in the same geometric carvings, spiraling up into the darkness like a story told in mathematics. But that wasn't what stopped him. At the center of the chamber stood an archway. It was perhaps 12 feet tall, made of a stone so black it seemed to absorb the light around it. It didn't look like it had been built. It looked like it had been grown. The lines of it were organic, curving, like the branches of a tree frozen mid-reach. Between the pillars of the arch, the air shimmered. Not like a heat haze. More like the surface of water seen from below, rippling, distorting, bending the light into patterns that made Harry's eyes water if he stared too long. And surrounding the archway, spreading out in concentric semicircles like an amphitheater, were shelves. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. Stretching back into the darkness on every side, rising in tiers, and on every shelf, books. Scrolls. Tablets of stone and metal and materials Harry couldn't identify. A library that dwarfed Hogwarts by orders of magnitude. Harry walked forward slowly, his footsteps echoing in the vast space. As he approached the archway, the shimmer between its pillars intensified, and he felt something wash over him, not a physical sensation, but a magical one. Like standing in front of an open furnace, except instead of heat, it radiated time. He could feel it in his bones, in the marrow, in the part of him that was purely magical. Time, compressed and folded and layered, thick as honey. There was a pedestal in front of the arch. On it, a flat stone tablet was set into the surface, and carved into the tablet was a series of images. Harry leaned in close. The first image showed a figure stepping through an archway. Simple, stylized, like cave paintings. The second showed the same figure inside a vast space, a world within the arch. Above the figure, a sun and moon chased each other in rapid circles. Dozens of them. Hundreds. The third showed the figure stepping back out. Outside the arch, a single moon hung in the same position it had been in the first image. The fourth image was the most striking. It showed the figure before entering, small, simply drawn, arms thin. And the figure after emerging, larger, surrounded by radiating lines that Harry instinctively understood as power. Transformed. Below the images, a series of symbols. Harry couldn't read them, but as he stared, his magic seemed to reach toward them, and understanding came not through language but through direct knowing, the way you understand that fire is hot without having to think about it. One night. 100 years. The door opens only for those who need it. Harry straightened up. His hands were shaking. He looked at the archway, at the shimmering space between the pillars, and he understood what this was. Not intellectually, he didn't have the theoretical framework for that. But in his gut, in the place where instinct lives, he knew. Time. Compressed. A century inside for a single night outside. And the library. 100 years to study it. He thought about Umbridge's quill carving words into his hand. He thought about Cedric lying dead on the grass, eyes empty. He thought about Voldemort's face, barely human, red-eyed, smiling, and the graveyard where Harry had been tied to a headstone and bled like a sacrifice. He thought about the corridor in his dreams and the door he couldn't stop walking toward. He thought about Dumbledore's back, always turned, always walking away. He thought about Sirius, locked in a house he hated, because Dumbledore said so. About Ron and Hermione, loyal beyond reason, walking into danger for him year after year because he wasn't strong enough to handle it alone. He wasn't strong enough. That was the truth that sat at the center of everything, the truth he couldn't escape no matter how many times he survived on luck and love and the sacrifice of others. He wasn't strong enough, and people kept dying because of it. Harry looked at the archway. He didn't hesitate. He stepped through. The first thing he noticed was the sky. There was a sky. That shouldn't have been possible. He was underground, beneath Hogwarts, in a chamber carved into bedrock. But above him, a vast dome of blue stretched from horizon to horizon, and a sun hung at its zenith, pouring down warm, golden light. The ground beneath his feet was stone, the same pale, luminous stone as the chamber floor, but it stretched out in every direction for what looked like miles. Flat, featureless, like an enormous training ground. Behind him, the archway stood alone on the plain, shimmering with the same distortion as before, the doorway back. He could step through it right now and be back in the corridor. Back in his life. He turned away from it. To his left, the library had followed him, or rather, a mirror of it existed here too. The same semicircular tiers of shelves, stretching up and back, packed with more knowledge than he could comprehend. To his right, the plain continued until it met what looked like a distant range of hills. And ahead, directly in front of him, a stone structure sat on the ground like a small house, a single room with no door, just an open entrance. Harry walked to it and looked inside. A bed. A table. A chair. A basin of water that, as he watched, filled itself from nothing. Basic. Spartan. Like a monk's cell. He stepped back out and looked at the library. Then at the open plain. Then at his wand. All right, he thought. 100 years. He got to work. The first year was the hardest, and it nearly destroyed him. Not the training, though that was brutal enough. Harry started with the books closest to the archway, reasoning that they'd been placed there intentionally, as a starting point. They were written in the same pre-runic script as the carvings on the walls, but like the inscription on the pedestal, the meaning bled through when he focused his magic on the symbols. It was slow going. Each page took concentrated effort, like translating a foreign language in real time, except the language was being fed directly into his understanding rather than his eyes. The first texts were about magic itself. Not spells. Not charms or hexams or transfiguration. Magic. What it was. Where it came from. How it moved through a wizard's body and interacted with the world. Harry had never thought about magic in these terms. At Hogwarts, you learned incantations and wand movements, and magic happened because you did the right things in the right order. It was like learning to drive a car without ever understanding how an engine worked. These texts taught him the engine. Magic, he learned, was not a force that wizards possessed. It was a field, a fundamental property of reality, like gravity or electromagnetism, and wizards were beings who had evolved the ability to interact with it consciously. The wand was a focusing tool, but it was not necessary. The incantation was a psychological anchor, but it was not necessary. What was necessary was intention, clear, focused, absolute intention, backed by an understanding of what you were asking reality to do. Harry spent months on those texts. He read them, reread them, practiced what they described. He stood on the empty plane and tried to cast a simple lumos without his wand. Nothing happened. He tried for a week. Nothing. He went back to the texts. He reread the sections on magical flow and intentionality. He tried again. On the 9th day, a spark appeared above his open palm. Tiny. Flickering. Barely visible in the sunlight. He laughed out loud, and the sound echoed across the empty plane, and the echo came back to him, and the silence that followed was so complete and so total that the laugh died in his throat and he stood there with his hand still raised and a spark guttering above it and felt, for the first time, the weight of what he'd done. 100 years. Alone. No Ron. No Hermione. No Sirius, no Hagrid, no Weasleys. No one to talk to. No one to eat with. No one to sit next to in the common room or argue with about Quidditch or lean against when the nightmares got bad. 100 years of this plane and this sky and this silence. The spark went out. Harry lowered his hand. He walked back to the stone cell and sat on the bed and stared at the wall. He didn't move for 3 days. On the 4th day, he got up, walked to the basin, washed his face, and went back to the library. Because what was the alternative? Go back through the arch having wasted the chance. Walk back into his life just as weak and helpless as before. Wait for the next person to die because Harry Potter wasn't enough. No. He'd made his choice. He would see it through. The loneliness didn't go away. It lived in his chest like a second heartbeat, constant and aching. But he learned to work alongside it. He learned to let it fuel him instead of paralyze him. When the silence got too loud, he'd talk to himself, narrate what he was studying, argue with imaginary versions of Hermione about magical theory, tell Ron about the incredible things he was learning. It wasn't healthy. He knew it wasn't healthy. But it kept him sane through that first year, and that was enough. By the end of year 1, he could cast every spell he knew without a wand. Not well. His wandless magic was clumsy and imprecise compared to wand work, like writing with your offhand. But it worked. And the understanding he'd gained of magical theory had recontextualized everything he'd ever learned at Hogwarts. He saw now how crude most modern spellwork was, how much power was wasted, how many unnecessary steps were built into standard incantations. A stunning spell, cast the Hogwarts way, used maybe 15% of the magical energy a wizard put into it. The rest dissipated as heat, light, noise. Theatrical. Wasteful. Harry began redesigning spells from the ground up. Year 3. He discovered the deeper shelves. The library was organized not by subject but by depth. The texts nearest the arch were foundational, and as you moved further back and higher up, the material grew more advanced, more esoteric, more dangerous. Harry had been working through them methodically, shelf by shelf, but at the 3-year mark he reached a section that made him sit down on the floor and stare. Combat magic. Not the dueling club nonsense Lockhart had pranced around with. Not even the dark curses Moody, or rather, Crouch, had demonstrated in 4th year. This was the martial magical tradition of the civilization that built this chamber, a complete system of magical combat that treated fighting as an art form, a discipline, a way of understanding the interaction between will and reality at its most extreme. Harry threw himself into it. He'd always been good in a fight. Quick reflexes, good instincts, a stubbornness that bordered on pathological. But he'd never been trained. Everything he knew about magical combat he'd picked up on the fly, in life-or-death situations where survival was the only curriculum. The texts gave him structure. They broke combat magic into principles: speed, precision, efficiency, adaptability, layering. They described techniques for casting multiple spells simultaneously, not sequentially, but at the same time, splitting your intention like a prism splits light. They detailed methods of magical defense that went beyond shield charms, ways of bending hostile magic around yourself, absorbing it, redirecting it, or simply negating it by understanding its structure and unraveling it mid-flight. Harry practiced on the plane. He conjured targets and blasted them apart. He created constructs, magical simulacra that could fight back, rudimentary but functional, and dueled them for hours. He developed a training regimen that would have killed a normal wizard. 4 hours of physical conditioning at dawn, the artificial sun in the chamber rose and set on a 24-hour cycle, 6 hours of combat practice, 4 hours of study, 2 hours of meditation, and whatever sleep he could manage. His body changed. At 15, technically 18 now, by internal time, he'd been skinny, underfed, the legacy of the Dursleys written in his narrow shoulders and knobby wrists. The training stripped the softness from him and rebuilt what was underneath. He grew taller as his body caught up to what the Dursleys' neglect had stunted. Broader. His hands, already calloused from Quidditch, became harder. He moved differently, there was an economy to his motion now, nothing wasted, every movement purposeful. But the physical changes were cosmetic compared to what was happening to his magic. The ancient texts described something they called the deepening, a process by which sustained, intensive magical practice expanded a wizard's capacity to channel magical energy. Like a river carving a canyon, the constant flow of magic through Harry's body was widening the channels, deepening the reservoirs. Most wizards never experienced this because most wizards never pushed themselves hard enough or long enough. You'd need years of continuous, intensive work. Harry had a century. By year 3, his raw magical power had roughly doubled. Spells that had once required concentration now came as easily as breathing. He could hold a dozen simultaneous enchantments without strain. His wandless magic had gone from clumsy to fluid to precise, and his wand, when he used it, amplified his output to a degree that frightened him the first time he tested it. He'd pointed his wand at one of the distant hills and cast a reductor curse, a standard one, textbook incantation, and the hill had ceased to exist. Not exploded. Not crumbled. Simply vanished in a flash of light that left his ears ringing and a crater in the ground where the hill had been. Harry had stared at the crater for a long time. Then he'd gone back to practicing precision work, because power without control was just destruction, and destruction was easy. Anyone could destroy. Year 10. He hit the wall. Not a literal wall, though there were days when he put his fist through the stone of his cell in frustration, then healed the broken bones with a casual wave of his hand and went back to work. The wall was psychological. 10 years alone. A decade. He was 25 in internal time, 15 on the outside, and he had spoken to no one in 10 years. The conversations with imaginary Ron and Hermione had stopped around year 5, when the gap between who they were in his memory and who he was becoming grew too wide to bridge even in fantasy. He couldn't pretend to be the Harry they knew anymore. He sat on the edge of the plane one evening, watching the artificial sun set in colors that were almost but not quite right, too saturated, too perfect, like a painting of a sunset rather than the real thing, and he felt something crack inside him. What was the point? The question was simple and devastating. What was the point of all this power if there was no one to share it with? What was the point of becoming the greatest wizard in history if the process of becoming it hollowed him out until there was nothing left but technique and theory and the ability to unmake hills? He missed Ron's laugh. He missed Hermione's voice when she was explaining something she found fascinating, the way it went up at the ends of sentences like each fact was a question she was delighted to answer. He missed Sirius's bark of a laugh and Hagrid's enormous, gentle hands and Mrs. Weasley's hugs that crushed the air out of you and somehow made everything okay. He missed being touched. He missed being seen. He missed being Harry, not a project, not a weapon, not a student of ancient mysteries, just Harry, who was bad at potions and good at flying and had a scar on his forehead and friends who loved him. He sat there for 3 days. He didn't eat. He didn't practice. He just sat and watched the fake sun rise and set and rise again and felt the loneliness chew through him like acid. On the 3rd evening, he got up and walked to the library and pulled down a book he'd been avoiding. It was from the deepest shelves, the ones he hadn't been ready for. The title translated roughly to the architecture of the self. It wasn't about magic. It was about the mind. The ancient wizards who built this place had understood something that modern magical psychology was barely beginning to grasp, that the mind was not separate from magic. That a wizard's psychological state directly affected their magical ability. Fear constrained magic. Anger destabilized it. Grief blocked it. And loneliness, sustained, chronic loneliness, eroded it like water erodes stone. The book described a practice. Not meditation, exactly, though meditation was part of it. A systematic method of psychological self-examination and reconstruction. A way of looking at your own mind as clearly and dispassionately as you might examine a complex spell, identifying the structures that weren't serving you, and rebuilding them. Harry began the practice. It was harder than anything he'd done so far, harder than wandless magic, harder than combat training, harder than the theoretical texts that made his brain feel like it was being wrung out. Because it required him to look at everything. All of it. The cupboard under the stairs. The bars on his window. The Dursleys' casual cruelty and Dumbledore's calculated neglect and the weight of a prophecy he'd never asked for. Cedric's death. His parents' death. The piece of Voldemort's soul he carried in his scar like a splinter. He sat with it all. He didn't flinch from it. He held each memory and each wound up to the light and examined it with the same rigorous attention he brought to spell theory, and slowly, over months and then years, he began to understand himself the way he understood magic, completely, without illusion, with compassion but without sentimentality. The process changed him more than any spell ever could. He was not okay. 100 years alone would leave scars on anyone, and he didn't pretend otherwise. But he was no longer being consumed by it. He'd found a way to carry the loneliness without letting it define him. To miss the people he loved without drowning in the missing. And his magic, freed from the psychological constraints he hadn't even known were there, exploded. Year 25. A quarter century. Harry stood in the center of the plane with his eyes closed and his arms at his sides. He'd been standing there for 6 hours. He wasn't practicing a spell. He was listening. Magic had a sound. Not a literal sound, no eardrum could detect it. But there was a frequency. A vibration. The fundamental hum of the magical field that permeated everything, the same hum he'd first barely perceived in the walls of Hogwarts on a sleepless night a quarter century ago. Now he could hear it as clearly as speech. He could feel its currents and eddies, its areas of density and thinness, the way it pooled in certain places and flowed through certain materials and resonated with certain intentions. He was mapping it. Building a three-dimensional model of the magical field in his mind, feeling its topology, understanding its architecture. The ancient texts had described this level of perception as the prerequisite for what they called deep magic, not a category of spells, but a fundamentally different way of interacting with the magical field. Instead of imposing your will on reality through structured spellwork, you learn to communicate with reality. To request rather than demand. To work with the grain of the universe rather than against it. The results were qualitatively different from anything he'd done before. Not more powerful, though the power was there when he wanted it. More elegant. More natural. Magic that didn't feel like casting a spell. Magic that felt like breathing. He opened his eyes and looked at his hand. Without thinking about it, without any intention at all, his skin was glowing. A soft, warm light emanating from within, the visible manifestation of a magical field that had grown so dense and so integrated with his physical body that it was becoming a permanent part of him. He closed his hand and the glow faded. He could control it perfectly. He could suppress every visible sign of what he'd become, dial himself down to the magical signature of an ordinary wizard if he chose to. The ancient texts recommended it, not for concealment, but for courtesy. Walk softly, one text had advised. The earth trembles when you do not. Harry thought about that. Walk softly. Hide what he was. Dim himself so others wouldn't be uncomfortable. He'd spent 10 years in a cupboard dimming himself so the Dursleys wouldn't be uncomfortable. He'd spent 5 years at Hogwarts dimming himself so the wizarding world wouldn't be uncomfortable. No. He would not walk softly. He would not hide. He would be exactly what he was, and the world could deal with it or get out of the way. He turned back to the library. He had 75 years of study ahead of him, and he'd barely scratched the surface of what was possible. Year 50. The halfway mark. Harry sat cross-legged in his cell. He'd long since expanded it into something more comfortable, conjuring furniture and amenities with idle flicks of intention, reading a text on soul magic that would have made Voldemort weep with envy. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here, in the writings of wizards who had lived before Hogwarts was even a concept, was a complete and detailed understanding of the soul and its relationship to magic. Not the crude, violent soul-splitting that Voldemort had used to create his Horcruxes. Something deeper. The soul, these ancients understood, was not a single, indivisible thing. It was a structure, complex, layered, resilient. It could be damaged, yes. It could be torn, as Voldemort had done to himself. But it could also be healed. Strengthened. Integrated. Harry turned his attention inward, to the thing that had lived behind his scar since he was 15 months old. He could see it now, with the magical perception he'd developed over decades. A fragment. Dark, jagged, embedded in his own soul like shrapnel. Voldemort's Horcrux. The piece of Tom Riddle that had latched onto the only living thing in the room when the killing curse rebounded. In the real world, this fragment had given Harry certain abilities, Parseltongue, a connection to Voldemort's mind, and certain vulnerabilities. It was the reason Voldemort could send him visions, the reason Dumbledore wouldn't look at him, the reason Harry sometimes felt emotions that weren't his own, dark and alien and hungry. Harry studied it for months. He read everything the library had on soul magic, on parasitic magical constructs, on the interaction between foreign magical signatures and the host body. He developed a theoretical framework for what the Horcrux was doing, not just sitting there passively, but actively feeding on Harry's magic, siphoning a percentage of his power to sustain itself, and acting as a two-way conduit between Harry's consciousness and Voldemort's. Then he removed it. It was not a dramatic process. It was not painful. It was the most delicate piece of magical work Harry had ever attempted, carefully, over the course of 3 months, he separated the fragment from his own soul, untangling connections that had been fused together for 14 years, gently extracting the foreign material without damaging his own spiritual architecture. It was like removing a deeply embedded splinter with surgical precision, except the splinter was a piece of the darkest wizard in history and the tweezers were made of pure intention. When it was done, Harry held the fragment in his cupped hands, not physically, but magically. A tiny, dark, writhing thing, screaming silently, full of rage and fear and the broken memories of a boy named Tom Riddle who had been so terrified of death that he'd shattered his own soul rather than face it. Harry looked at it for a long time. Then he let it go. Not released, dissolved. Unraveled the fragment with the same gentle precision he'd used to extract it, letting the magical energy disperse harmlessly into the ambient field. No soul, however fragmented, deserved to exist in that state. Not even Voldemort's. The silence in his head afterward was stunning. For the first time in his life, Harry's mind was entirely his own. No dark whispers. No alien emotions. No corridor, no door, no oily presence at the edge of his thoughts. He lay on his bed and stared at the ceiling and felt clean. And then he felt the implications settle over him like a blanket. Voldemort had made multiple Horcruxes. Harry didn't know how many, but the soul magic texts gave him tools to find out. The fragment he'd extracted carried echoes of the other pieces, resonant signatures, like harmonics of the same broken note. With enough analysis, he could map them. He spent 6 months analyzing those resonant signatures. When he was done, he had a count and a rough sense of each fragment's location. 7. Voldemort had made 7 Horcruxes, counting the one that had been in Harry. 6 remained. The diary, destroyed by Harry in second year, though residual magic might linger. A ring, somewhere associated with Voldemort's family. A locket, one Harry distantly remembered seeing during the cleaning of Grimmauld Place. A cup, radiating a signature associated with Helga Hufflepuff. A diadem, and this one made Harry laugh when he traced its resonance, because it was in Hogwarts. In the room of requirement, probably, buried in a mountain of hidden junk. And the snake. Nagini. The living Horcrux. Harry wrote it all down. Then he went back to training. Year 75. He'd read every book in the library. Some of them twice, some 10 times, some so many times that the knowledge had become part of him, indistinguishable from instinct. He'd mastered branches of magic that modern wizardry didn't even have names for. He could manipulate time on a local scale, not travel through it, but stretch or compress it in small areas, a skill derived from the same principles that powered the chamber itself. He could heal injuries that St. Mungo's would call permanent. He could create wards so complex and so tightly woven that breaking them would be like trying to unravel a sweater by pulling a single thread, the whole thing would just tighten. His combat magic was beyond anything described in any modern text. He'd moved past spells entirely, he could fight using raw magical manipulation, shaping the field around him into whatever form the moment required. Shields, blades, projectiles, environmental control, all of it seamless, instantaneous, responsive to thought faster than any incantation could manage. But the thing he was proudest of had nothing to do with power. He'd learned to create. The ancient texts described a magical discipline they called weaving, the art of constructing new magical effects from first principles, rather than relying on established spells. It was the difference between a musician who could play every piece ever written and a musician who could compose. Harry could compose. He could look at a problem and design a magical solution from scratch, tailored precisely to the situation, optimized for efficiency and elegance. He'd created hundreds of original magical constructs over the decades. Some were practical, a ward scheme that was self-repairing, a communication method that couldn't be intercepted because it didn't transmit through any detectable medium, a healing technique that worked on curse damage by understanding the curse's structure and reversing it rather than trying to overpower it. Some were purely experimental, explorations of what was possible, tests of the limits of magical reality. Some were beautiful. He'd spent 5 years, around his 60th internal year, on a single project, a self-sustaining magical construct that generated light patterns in response to ambient emotional energy. He'd made it for no reason other than that he wanted to make something beautiful. He'd hung it above his bed, and it painted the ceiling of his cell with slow-moving colors that shifted with his mood, warm gold when he was content, deep blue when he was contemplative, bright green when he was amused. He was, by any reasonable measure, the most accomplished wizard in the history of the world. And he was 75 years into his training, with 25 years still to go. He spent those final years on something he hadn't expected, philosophy. The deepest shelves of the library held texts that were not instructional. They were reflective. The wizards who had built this chamber had not been warriors or scholars in the way Harry understood those terms. They had been thinkers, people who had pushed magical ability to its limits and then asked the question that power alone could never answer: what should we do with this? Harry read their debates, their meditations, their arguments about the ethics of power and the responsibility of those who held it. He read about civilizations that had risen and fallen because their most powerful members couldn't answer that question well enough. He read about the builders of the chamber themselves, who had ultimately chosen to hide their knowledge rather than let it be used by those who hadn't earned the wisdom to wield it. He disagreed with them. Hiding knowledge was Dumbledore's game, deciding who deserved to know what, parceling out information like a miser parceling out coins. Harry had spent a lifetime on the receiving end of that philosophy, and he'd watched people die because of it. When he went back, when he stepped through that arch and returned to a world where Voldemort was gathering power and the Ministry was burying its head in the sand and his friends were fighting a war they couldn't win, he would not hide what he knew. He would not play political games or defer to authority or wait for permission. He would act. Openly. Decisively. Completely. And if that scared people? Good. Maybe fear of something other than Voldemort would shake the wizarding world out of its complacency. Year 99. The last year. Harry stood in front of the archway. The shimmer between the pillars was the same as it had been when he'd first walked through it, unchanging, eternal, patient. He was 115 years old in lived experience. He looked perhaps 25, the magical saturation of his body had slowed his aging dramatically, and the physical training of a century had built him into something that didn't look quite like a normal wizard anymore. Not inhuman. Just, more. Like a painting done with sharper brushes and richer colors. His eyes were the same green, Lily Evans green, but there was a depth to them now, a weight that had nothing to do with their color and everything to do with what they'd seen. His scar was gone. It had faded years ago, after the Horcrux was removed, and without the dark magic sustaining it, the skin had healed clean. He'd spent the last year preparing. Not magically, he'd been ready, magically, for decades. Preparing emotionally. He was about to walk back into a world where he was 15 years old, where his friends were children, where the adults he'd once looked up to were younger than him by lifetimes. He was about to see faces he'd been missing for a century. He was terrified. Not of Voldemort. Not of the Ministry. Not of the battles ahead. He was terrified of looking into Ron Weasley's eyes and seeing a stranger. Of hearing Hermione's voice and not being able to bridge the 100-year gap between them. Of being back in a world full of people and feeling more alone than he had in the silence of the chamber. He took a breath. Then another. Then he stepped through. The corridor was exactly as he'd left it. The same carvings on the walls, the same dry, electric air. Above him, through layers of stone and earth and magic, Hogwarts slept. Harry pulled the Marauder's map from his pocket. It had been in his pajamas when he entered the chamber, and it was still there, unchanged, because on this side of the archway, no time had passed at all. He opened it. The same dots in the same places. Filch on the 3rd floor. Snape in his office. Ron, Neville, Seamus, Dean, all in Gryffindor Tower, sleeping. The clock in the corner of the map showed 3:47 a.m. He'd entered the chamber at roughly 3:30 a.m. 17 minutes. 100 years compressed into 17 minutes of real time. Harry folded the map and put it away. He looked down at himself, pajamas, bare feet, the invisibility cloak bundled in one hand. He looked the same. On the outside. The chamber had returned his physical body to its 15-year-old state as he passed back through the archway, a safeguard, he understood now, built into the chamber's design to prevent paradox. His body was 15. His magical core, his mind, his soul, those were a century old. He started up the spiraling staircase. His bare feet on the ancient stone. His breath steady, his heartbeat calm. The gap in the wall on the 7th floor was still open. He squeezed through it, and the stone slid shut behind him with a whisper. Hogwarts. The torches in their brackets, burned down to nubs. The paintings snoring in their frames. The castle humming with its old, familiar magic, a sound Harry now understood as well as his own pulse. He walked through the corridors. Not to Gryffindor Tower. Not yet. He wasn't ready for that yet. He walked to the astronomy tower and climbed the stairs and pushed open the door at the top and stepped out into the night air. The wind hit him and he staggered, not physically, but emotionally. Wind. Real wind. Not the perfectly regulated atmospheric simulation of the chamber. This wind was cold and smelled like pine trees and the lake and smoke from the Hogsmeade chimneys. It was messy and imperfect and real. Harry gripped the railing and breathed. Stars above him, actual stars, not the chamber's painted dome. The forbidden forest spread out below, dark and wild. The lake gleamed like a sheet of black glass. And there, across the grounds, the whomping willow shifted restlessly in its sleep. He stood there for a long time. The wind pulled at his pajamas and ruffled his hair, still messy, still untamable. Some things were eternal, and he felt tears on his cheeks and didn't wipe them away. He was back. After a century of silence and solitude and relentless, grinding work, he was back in the world. The real world. The world with Ron and Hermione and Sirius and Luna and Hagrid and Dumbledore and Mrs. Weasley and Fred and George and Ginny and Neville and even Snape and even Malfoy and even Umbridge. The world with Voldemort. Harry leaned on the railing and looked out over the grounds of the school he'd once called home. The school he was about to turn upside down. Tomorrow, he would sit in class and pretend to be a fifth-year student, and it would last about 5 minutes before something happened that he refused to tolerate. Tomorrow, Umbridge would learn that her detentions and her decrees and her simpering authority meant absolutely nothing. Tomorrow, Dumbledore would look into Harry's eyes and see something that would stop the old man dead in his tracks. Tomorrow, the chess pieces on every board in the wizarding world would realize that one of the pawns had left the game and come back as something that had no name on the board. But tonight, Harry stood on the astronomy tower with the wind in his hair and tears drying on his face and felt, for the first time in 100 years, the wild, terrifying, beautiful sensation of being alive in a world full of other people. He closed his eyes. The night was cold and smelled like home. "I'm back," he said to no one. To everyone. To the boy he'd been a century ago, and the man he'd become, and the friends sleeping in the tower below who had no idea that everything was about to change. The wind carried his words away over the lake, and the castle hummed around him, and somewhere in the darkness, the future waited. Harry opened his eyes. He was ready. Chapter 2, The Weight of a Century. Harry didn't sleep. He sat on the astronomy tower until the sky began to lighten in the east, a thin line of gray pushing back the darkness. He watched the stars fade one by one, each small vanishing a reminder that time was moving again, real time, in the real world, where minutes lasted minutes and not fractions of seconds. When the gray turned to pink, he climbed down and walked back to Gryffindor Tower. The fat lady was awake now, squinting at him with bleary suspicion. "Out early, aren't we?" "Couldn't sleep," Harry said. His voice sounded strange to him. Not different, exactly. The chamber had returned his body to its 15-year-old state, vocal cords and all, but the words came out with a weight they hadn't carried before. Like each syllable had been chosen instead of simply spoken. The fat lady didn't notice. Password? Mimbulus Mimbletonia. She swung open. Harry stepped through into the common room and found it empty except for a first-year girl asleep in an armchair with a Transfiguration textbook on her lap. He moved past her quietly and climbed the stairs to the boys' dormitory. Ron was still asleep. Sprawled on his back, one arm hanging off the bed, mouth open, producing a sound like a congested walrus. Harry stood in the doorway and looked at him and felt his chest constrict so hard he couldn't breathe. 15 years old. Freckled and gangly and innocent in sleep in a way he never was while awake. Harry had last seen this face 100 years ago, and he'd carried it in his memory through every one of those years, and the memory hadn't done it justice. Memories flatten people. They smoothed out the details, the exact shade of Ron's hair in the morning light, the way his freckles clustered more densely on the left side of his nose, the small scar on his chin from when Ginny had accidentally hit him with a garden gnome at age 6. Harry wanted to sit down on the edge of Ron's bed and just be near him. Instead, he crossed to his own bed, pulled the curtains, and sat there in the dim red-gold light filtering through the fabric. He needed to think. The instinct, honed over a century of strategic planning and wargame scenarios he'd run against himself for decades, was to move immediately. Find the Horcruxes. Neutralize Voldemort. Dismantle the Ministry's corruption. End the war before it truly started. But he was in a 15-year-old body, surrounded by people who knew him as a 15-year-old boy. If he walked into breakfast and announced he was going to topple the government and kill the Dark Lord before lunch, they'd put him in the Janus Thicky ward at St. Mungo's. No. He'd said he wouldn't hide, and he meant it. But there was a difference between hiding and being strategic. He didn't need to announce himself. He just needed to be himself, his real self, the self that a century had forged, and let the consequences unfold. He changed into his school robes. The fabric felt strange against his skin, too rough, too heavy. He'd spent decades wearing conjured clothing tailored to perfect comfort, or nothing at all when he was training on the plane. School robes felt like a costume. He caught sight of himself in the small mirror by his bed. The same face. The same unruly black hair. The same green eyes behind round glasses. He didn't need the glasses anymore. He'd fixed his eyesight around year 12, but the chamber had restored his body, and apparently that included the myopia. He considered removing the vision problem again, right here, right now. A small flex of intention and the muscles and lenses of his eyes would reshape themselves. He did it. Took off the glasses, held them in his hands for a moment, a strange relic, a prop from a life he'd outgrown, and then set them on his nightstand. He'd deal with questions about it later. He wasn't going to squint through inadequate lenses to maintain appearances. The world snapped into sharp focus. Every thread of the bed curtains, every grain in the wood of the bed frame, every dust mote floating in the bar of light that sliced through a gap in the fabric. His magical senses, layered on top of his physical ones, added depth. He could feel the enchantments woven into the curtains, mild warming charm, sound-dampening hex, minor privacy ward, the residual magic in the stones of the walls, the sleeping magical signatures of his dorm mates like 5 candle flames burning at different intensities. Ron's was warm. Like sitting by a hearth. Steady and dependable and deeply, fundamentally loyal in a way that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with character. Harry smiled. It was the first genuine smile he'd felt in decades. He pulled back the curtains and started making noise, opening his trunk, dropping a shoe, the kind of casual clatter that woke people naturally. Ron's snoring hitched, stuttered, and stopped. "Was it," Ron said, or something approximating it. "Morning." Ron propped himself up on one elbow and squinted at Harry. Then he squinted harder. "Where are your glasses?" "Don't need them anymore." "What do you mean you don't need them?" "You're blind as a bat without." Ron stopped. Stared. Rubbed his eyes and stared again. "Mate, did you?" you look different. Do I? Yeah, I dunno. Did you sleep at all? You look. I don't know. Ron shook his head, clearly unable to articulate what he was seeing. And Harry understood why. The physical changes were subtle, the chamber had restored his 15-year-old body, but there were things that couldn't be hidden by physical appearance. The way he held himself. The way his eyes focused, sharp and patient and still. The absence of the hunted, wound-tight tension that had defined Harry for months. Something fundamental had shifted in the night, and Ron could sense it even if he couldn't name it. I'm fine, Harry said. Better than fine, actually. Come on, I'm starving. That, at least, was entirely true. His body had been reset, but his mind remembered a century of eating conjured food that was nutritionally perfect and utterly flavorless. The thought of actual Hogwarts breakfast, real eggs, real bacon, real toast with real butter, made his mouth water so intensely it almost hurt. Ron swung his legs out of bed, still looking at Harry with a puzzled expression. You seem different. I am different. Ron waited for elaboration. Harry gave him a grin, genuine, warm, the grin of a man who hadn't seen his best friend in 100 years and was so happy to be in the same room with him that it bordered on absurd. I'll tell you everything, Harry said. You and Hermione. After breakfast. There's something I need to show you. Ron's puzzlement shifted to concern. Is it bad? No, Ron. Harry clasped his shoulder, and the touch, human contact, warm skin and bone under his hand, sent a jolt through him that he had to work to keep off his face. It's not bad. It's the opposite of bad. You're being weird. Probably. They went down to breakfast. The great hall hit Harry like a physical force. He stopped in the doorway and Ron nearly walked into him. The noise, hundreds of students talking, laughing, arguing, the clatter of plates and the clinking of goblets and the rustling of owl wings overhead, crashed over him in a wave. He'd lived in silence for 100 years. Not absolute silence, there had been wind in the chamber, and the rustle of pages, and the sounds of his own training, but nothing like this. This was life. Messy, chaotic, overwhelming, beautiful life. Harry. Ron was staring at him. You all right? Yeah. He blinked. Took a breath. Let the noise settle over him and felt it sink into the places that silence had carved hollow. Yeah, I'm all right. They sat at the Gryffindor table. Hermione was already there, a book propped against a jug of pumpkin juice, eating toast one-handed while she read. She looked up as they sat down, and her eyes went to Harry's face, and she frowned. Where are your glasses? Gone. Don't need them. You can't just, that's not how myopia works, Harry, you can't just decide you don't, she stopped. Her eyes narrowed. Hermione's mind was a precision instrument, and right now it was clicking through observations at speed, no glasses, different posture, different effect, something in his eyes that hadn't been there yesterday. Harry watched her process it and felt a surge of affection so intense it nearly knocked him sideways. He'd missed her so much. Her relentless brain. Her stubborn, righteous fury. The way she noticed everything and couldn't let a single inconsistency pass without examination. Harry, she said slowly. What happened to you? After breakfast. I promise. Both of you. Hermione looked at Ron. Ron shrugged helplessly. He says it's not bad. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me, Harry said, and he meant it so completely that both of them fell silent, because whatever they'd expected him to say, it wasn't that. Harry Potter didn't say things like that. Harry Potter said things like, I'm fine, and, don't worry about it, and, it's nothing, while blood dripped from his hand and dark circles carved shadows under his eyes. Harry loaded his plate. Eggs. Bacon. Toast. Sausages. A heap of fried tomatoes. He took his first bite and had to close his eyes because the flavor was so vivid, so textured, so real that it almost overwhelmed his senses. He'd forgotten. He'd forgotten what real food tasted like. A century of conjured sustenance, magically created food that sustained the body perfectly but had all the culinary excitement of eating paper, had erased the memory. "Mate," Ron said, watching Harry eat with the kind of focused intensity usually reserved for Ron himself at mealtimes. "When's the last time you ate?" 100 years ago, Harry thought. "Skipped dinner last night," he said. He was halfway through his second plate when the morning post arrived. Owls streamed through the high windows, and among them, a copy of the Daily Prophet dropped in front of Hermione. Harry glanced at the headline, "More Ministry Propaganda, More Denial, More Fudge," and felt a cold, clear certainty settle into his chest. That ends today. Not the Prophet. Not yet. But Umbridge. The decrees. The stranglehold of willful ignorance that was choking Hogwarts while Voldemort gathered his forces in the shadows. It ended today. He finished his breakfast, and they left the Great Hall together, and Harry steered them toward an empty classroom on the second floor, one he'd checked on the Marauder's map, confirmed empty, and warded with a casual sweep of his hand as they entered. The warding was instinctive, invisible, and would have taken a team of Ministry cursebreakers a week to dismantle. Ron sat on a desk. Hermione leaned against the wall, arms crossed, her expression caught between concern and the intense curiosity that was her most fundamental personality trait. "All right," she said. "Talk." Harry had rehearsed this. He'd spent the last 25 years of his time in the chamber thinking about how to explain what had happened to him, and he'd concluded that no amount of preparation would make it easy. So he went with direct. "Last night, I couldn't sleep. I was walking the castle, and I found something. A chamber underneath Hogwarts, below even the dungeons, below the Chamber of Secrets. It was built by wizards who predated the founders by thousands of years. And in that chamber, there was an archway that compressed time." He paused. "I stepped through it. And I spent 100 years on the other side." Silence. Ron's mouth was open. Not in shock, he hadn't processed it yet. He was still waiting for the punchline. Hermione was utterly still, her eyes fixed on Harry's face with an intensity that could have cut glass. "That's not possible," she said. "I know. Time turners can move you backwards through time, but they can't create temporal dilation on that scale. The magical energy required would be more than any modern wizard could produce." Yes. The civilization that built it wasn't modern. They understood time and magic as aspects of the same fundamental field. "I spent about 30 years studying their theoretical framework, and I can explain it to you if you want, but the short version is that it works, and I'm proof." 30 years studying, Hermione's voice cracked. "Harry, you can't have, you're 15. My body is 15. The chamber restored it when I stepped back through, some kind of paradox prevention built into the archway. But I've lived 115 years. He said it simply, without drama, the way you'd state any fact. "I've spent a century studying magic from a library that makes the Hogwarts one look like a bookshelf. I've trained every day for 100 years. I removed the piece of Voldemort's soul from my scar. I know where his Horcruxes are, all of them. And I'm telling you both because you're my best friends and I'm done keeping secrets and being kept in the dark, by anyone." Ron hadn't closed his mouth. Hermione's hands had dropped to her sides. The classroom was very quiet. The ward Harry had placed hummed faintly at the edge of perception, a sound only he could hear. "Prove it," Ron said. Harry looked at him. Ron's face was pale but set. Not disbelieving, not exactly. More like a man who needed to see before he could accept, because accepting without seeing went against every practical instinct he had. Harry respected that. He'd always respected that about Ron, the blunt, grounded pragmatism that cut through nonsense like a knife. "All right," Harry said. He raised his right hand, palm up, and let the light come. It started as a glow, the same warm, soft luminescence he'd first noticed at year 25, the visible expression of a magical field so dense it bled into the visible spectrum. But he didn't stop there. He let more through, and the glow intensified, brightened, shifted, until his hand was a lantern, a torch, a small sun, filling the classroom with light that wasn't just illumination but magic, raw, overwhelming, undeniable magic, so thick in the air that Ron and Hermione could feel it on their skin, in their lungs, in the buzzing of their own magical cores responding to the proximity of something vast. Ron gripped the edge of the desk with both hands. His eyes were wide. Hermione took a step back, then stopped herself. Her breath was coming fast. "That's, Harry, that's not, no one can." Harry closed his hand and the light vanished. The room returned to normal. The residual magic faded in seconds, absorbed back into the ambient field. "That's about 1%, Harry said. Not boasting. Calibrating." He wanted them to understand the scale. "I could demolish Hogwarts Castle without a wand. I could apparate through its wards. I could duel every professor in this school simultaneously and win without breaking a sweat. I'm not saying this to frighten you. I'm saying it because you need to understand what's coming. I am not going to sit in Umbridge's classroom and write lines with a blood quill. I am not going to let Dumbledore move me around like a chess piece. I am not going to wait for Voldemort to come to me. And I need you to be prepared for the fact that the world is about to get very, very uncomfortable with what Harry Potter has become." The silence stretched. Ron and Hermione looked at each other, that wordless communication they developed over years of friendship, a glance that carried entire conversations. Then Ron turned back to Harry. His face had gone through several shades of pale and settled on something that was, unmistakably, a grin. "Wicked," he said. Harry laughed. It burst out of him, raw and real, and for a second he was just Harry again, 15 and laughing with his best mate, and 100 years compressed into nothing. "You're laughing," Hermione said. Her voice was strange. Thick. Harry looked at her and saw that her eyes were bright with tears. "You're laughing, and you just told us you spent 100 years alone, and you're, Harry, how are you even?" She crossed the room in 3 steps and threw her arms around him. The contact hit him like a bludgeon. Her arms around his neck, her hair in his face, the warmth and pressure and reality of another human being holding him. Harry stood very still for a moment. Then his arms came up and he held on and buried his face in her hair and breathed. 100 years. 100 years of no one touching him. 100 years of silence and solitude and the slow, grinding work of becoming something extraordinary, and now Hermione Granger was hugging him, and it meant more than every spell he'd mastered and every book he'd read and every breakthrough he'd achieved in that empty, echoing chamber. "I missed you," he said. His voice was rough. "Both of you. Every single day." Ron was off the desk and there, his long arms awkward but firm, and for a moment the three of them stood in an empty classroom in a castle under siege and held each other, and it was the most powerful magic Harry had felt in a century. Hermione pulled back first, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand, sniffing hard. "You need to tell me everything. The theoretical framework, the mechanism of temporal compression, the properties of the chamber, Hermione," Ron said gently. "Right. Sorry. 100 years. Harry, the psychological implications alone, I know. Trust me, I know. I spent a lot of time on the psychological implications." He gave her a small, lopsided smile. There was a whole section of the library dedicated to mental health. Written by ancient wizards who understood that power without stability is a bomb waiting to go off. "And you're stable. As I'll ever be. I'm a 115-year-old man in a teenager's body with a century of solitary confinement under my belt and an overwhelming desire to destroy the political establishment of Wizarding Britain. So, you know. Relatively stable." Ron snorted. That's the most Harry Potter thing anyone's ever said. The warmth of the moment held for a beat longer. Then Harry let it go, gently, because there was work to do. I need to tell you what I know about Voldemort, he said, and the warmth cooled, and the room got serious. He told them about the Horcruxes, what they were, where they were, how many. He told them about the diary, already destroyed. The ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the snake. He told them about the fragment that had been in his scar and how he'd removed it. The locket, he said. I think it's at Grimmauld Place. I remember seeing something in the drawing room during the cleaning. A heavy locket that no one could open. Creature, Hermione breathed. He was always hoarding things from the trash bags. The diadem is in the room of requirement. I can feel it from here, a faint resonance, like a tuning fork. Harry tilted his head, as if listening. Ravenclaw's diadem. It's been there for decades. And the others? Ron asked. The ring is in a shack associated with Voldemort's family, the Gaunts. Somewhere in Little Hangleton. The cup is in Gringotts, I think. The resonance signature has a quality I associate with deep underground and heavy warding. Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, if I had to guess. And Nagini is with Voldemort, wherever he is. So we just, go get them. Ron looked like he was trying to decide if this was exciting or terrifying. I go get them. You two help me plan. There are some I can handle immediately, the diadem, the locket. The ring requires a trip to Little Hangleton. Gringotts is. Gringotts. And Nagini has to be last, because Voldemort will know something is wrong the moment she's destroyed. Harry, Hermione said carefully. What about Dumbledore? Shouldn't we? I'll talk to Dumbledore. Today, probably, he'll come to me as soon as he senses something is off, and I'd rather have the conversation on my terms than his. But I'm not asking his permission, Hermione. Not anymore. I respect him. I understand him better now than he understands himself. A century gives you perspective on people. But the time for his approach, the secrets, the manipulation, the slow, careful chess game, that's done. Voldemort doesn't get another year to gather strength while Dumbledore positions his pieces. There was something in his voice as he said it. Not anger, he'd burned through his anger at Dumbledore decades ago, somewhere around year 15, and come out the other side into something more complex. Understanding. Compassion. And an absolute refusal to be managed ever again. Hermione searched his face. Whatever she found there must have been enough, because she nodded slowly. What do we do first? She asked. Harry smiled. It was not the smile of a 15-year-old boy. First, he said, we go to defense against the dark arts. The classroom smelled like cats and pink fabric. Decorative plates lined the walls, each featuring a kitten in a different pose, sitting, playing with yarn, washing its face. The effect was aggressively twee, a veneer of sweetness stretched over something rotten. Dolores Umbridge stood at the front of the room, her squat form draped in a pink cardigan that clashed with absolutely everything, including the laws of good taste. Her wide mouth was fixed in its perpetual smile, the one that showed too many teeth and never touched her eyes. Good morning, class, she said, her voice high and girlish and fake. Good morning, Professor Umbridge, the class mumbled back. Harry sat in his usual seat, between Ron and Hermione. He had his wand on the desk in front of him, not out of need, but out of habit and perhaps a small amount of theater. Around him, the other fifth-year Gryffindors were pulling out their copies of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard, the most uselessly theoretical defense textbook ever written. Harry knew. He'd read every defense textbook in existence during his century of study, and Slinkard's was uniquely worthless, a book about defense that actively avoided discussing any form of practical defensive magic. Wands away, please, Umbridge said. And books open to Chapter 12, Negotiation and Non-Confrontation as Defensive Strategies. Harry didn't open his book. He didn't put away his wand. He sat still, hands folded on the desk, and looked at Umbridge with an expression of patient, mild interest, the expression of a man watching a very predictable play. She noticed. She always noticed non-compliance. It was the thing she lived for, the small acts of defiance that gave her the excuse to exert control. Her eyes found Harry, and the smile widened fractionally. "Mr. Potter. Wand away, book open, please." "No," Harry said. The word landed like a stone dropped into still water. The classroom went silent. Not the gradual quieting of students losing interest, but the instantaneous, breathless silence of people who can't believe what they just heard. Umbridge's smile didn't waver. It sharpened. "Excuse me. I said no. I'm not putting my wand away, and I'm not opening that book." Harry's voice was even, conversational, utterly calm. Slinkard's text is dangerously inadequate as a defense curriculum. It contains no practical instruction, no applicable technique, and its core thesis, that avoidance is the optimal response to dark magic, would get a student killed in any real confrontation. Which, since Voldemort has returned and is actively recruiting, is a particularly irresponsible thing to be teaching. He said Voldemort's name the way you'd say the weather. No emphasis. No drama. Just a name. Umbridge's face had gone through a rapid series of transformations, shock, fury, and then the tight, controlled mask of a bureaucrat who'd found a nail to hammer. "Detention, Mr. Potter." "No." The silence somehow got deeper. "I beg your pardon." Umbridge's voice had dropped its girlish affectation. Underneath was something harder. Colder. "I won't be attending detention with you. Not tonight. Not ever again." Harry raised his right hand, the back of it facing her. The scars were there, I must not tell lies, pink and raw and undeniable. "You've been using a blood quill on students. That's a Class 3 dark object, banned by the Ministry's own Department of Magical Law Enforcement under Decree 174 of the International Statute of Secrecy Amendments, 1965. Using one on a minor carries a mandatory sentence of 2 years in Azkaban." He watched her face. The color drained from it in a slow, mottled wave, pink to white to a faint, sickly gray. Her eyes darted to the scars on his hand, then to the students around the room, several of whom were staring at Harry's hand with expressions of dawning horror. "You don't need to be afraid of her," Harry said, and he said it to the room, not to Umbridge. "She has no authority that matters. Educational decree after educational decree, it's all paper. She can't expel you. She can't hurt you. And as of right now, she's not going to be at this school much longer. How dare you?" Umbridge's voice had gone quiet, which was more dangerous than when she shouted. She drew her stubby wand. "You will, what?" Harry met her eyes. "What will you do?" There was something in the way he said it. Not a threat, threats were for people who were uncertain of their power. This was simpler than that. This was a man asking a genuine question, because he was curious what she thought she could do to someone like him. Umbridge felt it. Whatever it was that radiated from Harry in that moment, the weight of a century of mastery, the absolute calm of someone who has moved so far beyond fear that the concept feels quaint, it hit her like a wall. She took an involuntary step back. Her wand hand trembled. "I am going to leave this classroom now," Harry said. He stood. "I'm going to the headmaster's office. You're welcome to follow me, in fact, I'd encourage it. We should have this conversation in front of witnesses." He picked up his wand, slid it into his robes, and walked toward the door. Ron and Hermione were on their feet instantly, flanking him without being asked. As Harry passed the front of the room, Umbridge found her voice. "If you walk out that door, Mr. Potter, I will have you expelled." Harry stopped. Turned. Looked at her with something that might have been compassion, if compassion could cut. "Professor Umbridge," he said. "I've been alive, in one way or another, for over a century. I've mastered magic you can't imagine. I've removed a piece of Voldemort's soul from my own body and I know where the rest of his anchors are hidden. In roughly 2 weeks, give or take, he'll be gone. Permanently. And when that happens, everyone who enabled the denial, everyone who covered their eyes and punished the people telling the truth, will be held to account. He paused. You should start thinking about your defense. Because I won't be the one judging you. The wizarding world will. He turned and walked out. The corridor was empty. His footsteps echoed on the stone. Behind him, he could hear the classroom erupting, voices, exclamations, the scraping of chairs, but it faded as he walked. Ron was on his left. Hermione was on his right. Neither of them spoke. They made it to the end of the corridor before Ron broke. That, he said, was the single greatest thing I have ever witnessed in my life. Her face, Hermione said faintly. Did you see her, when you mentioned the blood quill decree? She'll go to the ministry, Harry said. Fudge. She'll contact Fudge within the hour. That's fine. I want her to. You want her to? Fudge is a problem that needs to be solved. Umbridge panicking and running to him is the fastest way to bring things to a head. Either he backs her and publicly defends the use of blood quills on children, or he throws her to the wolves to save himself. Either way, the situation changes. Hermione was quiet for a moment. You've thought this through. I had a century to think it through. They reached the gargoyle that guarded Dumbledore's office. Harry stopped in front of it and considered the stone eagle for a moment. He could feel the ward scheme that controlled it, a password-activated lock, elegant but not particularly complex. He could have bypassed it with a thought. But there was something to be said for politeness. Fizzing Whizbee, he tried. Nothing. Acid pops. Cockroach cluster. Sherbet lemon. The gargoyle leapt aside. Harry raised an eyebrow. Sherbet lemon. Dumbledore was recycling passwords from 4 years ago. The spiral staircase carried them upward. Harry knocked once on the office door and pushed it open without waiting for a response. Dumbledore was behind his desk. He looked up as Harry entered, and for just a moment, a fraction of a second that anyone else would have missed, something flickered across his face. It was there and gone so fast that even Harry, with a century of reading people, almost didn't catch it. Recognition. Not of Harry's face, that was the same as always. Recognition of what was behind the face. The magical signature. The sheer presence that Harry was no longer bothering to suppress. Harry, Dumbledore said. His voice was carefully neutral. I didn't expect to see you this morning. And Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, I think you did expect me, Harry said. Or you expected something. You felt the shift in the castle's ambient magical field when I walked back into Hogwarts at 3:45 this morning. The wards reported it to you, they're keyed to detect anomalous magical signatures, and mine would have registered as significantly anomalous. You've been sitting here for, Harry glanced at the desk, at the untouched stack of papers, at the cold cup of tea with a skin forming on its surface, several hours, trying to decide what you felt and whether it was dangerous. Dumbledore was very still. His blue eyes, usually twinkling with warmth or mischief, were sharp and calculating behind their half-moon glasses. Fawkes, on his perch, rustled his feathers and let out a long, low trill. The phoenix felt it too. Harry could feel Fawkes's awareness, not human intelligence, but something older and perhaps wiser, a being of pure magical fire that recognized the scope of what was standing in front of it. The trill was not alarm. It was acknowledgement. Please, Dumbledore said quietly. Sit down. Harry sat. Ron and Hermione took the chairs on either side of him. Dumbledore looked at the three of them, this strange tableau, two anxious teenagers flanking a boy who looked 15 and radiated the power of an epoch. Tell me what has happened, Harry. Harry told him. The same account he'd given Ron and Hermione, but condensed: the chamber, the archway, the compression of time, the century of training. He didn't mention the Horcruxes yet. That was deliberate. He wanted to see where Dumbledore's mind went first. As he spoke, Dumbledore's expression underwent a slow transformation. The sharpness faded, replaced by something Harry hadn't expected: grief. Deep, genuine grief, pooling in the lines around his eyes and the set of his mouth. When Harry finished, the office was quiet except for the soft whirring of Dumbledore's silver instruments on the shelves behind him. 100 years, Dumbledore said softly. Alone. Yes. You were 15 years old. Yes. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were bright. I am so sorry, Harry. Of all the things Harry had prepared for: anger, suspicion, the immediate strategic calculation of how to use this new asset, he had not prepared for this. Dumbledore's sorrow was real, and it hit Harry in a place he'd thought was armored. You don't need to be sorry, Harry said, and his voice was gentler than he'd intended. I chose it. A 15-year-old boy should not have felt the need to make that choice. That you did, that you were so desperate, so unsupported, so alone that walking into a century of solitary confinement seemed preferable to your current reality. Dumbledore's voice broke, just barely, and he paused to collect himself. That is a failure. My failure. Harry let the silence hold. He understood what Dumbledore was doing. The old man's guilt was real, but it was also, consciously or not, a bid for emotional control of the conversation. If Harry accepted the apology, the dynamic would reset to its familiar pattern: Dumbledore as the wise, penitent mentor, Harry as the young man who forgave him. The chess game would continue with the same pieces in the same positions. I appreciate that, Harry said. And I believe you mean it. But I didn't come here to hear you apologize, Albus. The first name landed like a thunderbolt. Ron flinched. Hermione's eyes went wide. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose fractionally, the only visible sign that the shift in address had registered. I came to tell you that I know about the Horcruxes. The silver instruments stopped whirring. Or maybe that was Harry's imagination, the dramatic weight of the moment lending false significance to a coincidence. Either way, the silence that followed was the deepest yet. I know there were 7, Harry continued. I know the diary is destroyed. I know one was in my scar, and I removed it 50 years ago, by internal time. I know the locations of the remaining 5, Gaunt's ring in Little Hangleton, Slytherin's locket at Grimmauld Place, Hufflepuff's cup in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, Ravenclaw's diadem in the Room of Requirement, and Nagini. Dumbledore's face was very white. How? The chamber's library contained extensive texts on soul magic. More comprehensive than anything in the modern wizarding world. Once I understood the theory, extracting and analyzing the fragment in my scar gave me resonance signatures for the other pieces. I have spent years, Dumbledore said, and his voice was faint, searching for this information. Following traces and rumors in Tom's history, piece by piece, trying to, I know. And you are going to drip-feed it to me over the next 2 years, lesson by private lesson, just enough to send me on the mission but not enough to let me fully understand what I was doing. You were going to let me walk to my death, Albus. Because you believed the Horcrux in my scar could only be destroyed if Voldemort killed me. The office was absolutely silent. Dumbledore looked like a man who had been struck. Not by the accusation, by the fact that it was delivered without anger, without bitterness, without any of the fury that a revelation like that should have provoked. Harry said it the way a historian might discuss a battle that happened centuries ago. Factual. Understood. Processed. Yes, Dumbledore whispered. Ron made a sound. A sharp, bitten-off noise of shock and outrage that he swallowed almost before it left his throat. Hermione's hand had flown to her mouth. I know, Harry said to them, without turning around. We'll talk about it. But right now, he looked back at Dumbledore. Right now, I need you to understand something. That plan is gone. The Horcrux in my scar is gone. I removed it cleanly, without dying, using techniques that Tom Riddle has never dreamed of. And I'm going to do the same to every other anchor his soul has in this world. Then I'm going to end him. Harry, I'm not asking your permission. I'm telling you out of respect, and because I'd like your help. Not your guidance, I don't need guidance. Your help. As an ally, not a handler. If you can do that, we'll work together and this will go faster. If you can't, if you need to control the process, if you need to be the one making the decisions, then I'll do it alone, and I'll do it my way, and it will still get done. He held Dumbledore's gaze. Blue eyes meeting green. The old man and the older man. A century and a half of combined experience, separated by a desk and a lifetime of secrets. Fawkes trilled again. The sound was warm and clear and seemed to settle something in the room, like a tuning fork finding its note. Dumbledore sat back in his chair. He looked, for the first time in Harry's memory, old. Not the performative, twinkling oldness he usually projected, the grandfatherly warmth that put people at ease. Actually old. Tired. Like a man who had been carrying something heavy for a very long time and was only just realizing he could put it down. I would be honored, he said quietly, to help. Harry nodded. Something loosened in his chest, not tension, exactly, but the faint, residual worry that Dumbledore would try to reassert control, and that Harry would have to push back harder, and that the pushing would break something between them that he didn't want broken. Good, Harry said. Then here's what I need. First, access to Grimmauld Place, specifically, the drawing room. The locket is there. I can have it destroyed by tonight. Second, I need you to arrange a meeting with Amelia Bones. Not Fudge, Bones. She's the head of magical law enforcement and the only person in the ministry with both the authority and the integrity to hear what I have to say. And third, Harry paused. I need you to call off Snape. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose again. Severus? The occlumency lessons you were planning to arrange. I don't need them. The connection to Voldemort's mind through my scar is gone, I severed it when I removed the Horcrux. And even if it weren't, my mental defenses are, he considered the right word. Sufficient. But more to the point, Snape has been spying for you for 14 years, and Voldemort has been reading his surface thoughts every time they interact. Snape is very good at occlumency, but Voldemort is better, and the only reason Snape has survived this long is that Voldemort found it useful to let him think he was succeeding. That dynamic is about to change. When Voldemort feels his Horcruxes being destroyed, he'll tighten his inner circle, and Snape will be the first person he scrutinizes. The color left Dumbledore's face again. You believe Severus is compromised? I believe Severus has been living on borrowed time, and when the game changes, the loan comes due. He needs to be extracted from his position as spy before I start destroying Horcruxes. Today, if possible. Dumbledore stared at Harry for a long moment. Then he let out a breath, a long, slow exhalation that carried something Harry recognized, relief. The relief of a man who has been playing a game alone for too long and has finally found someone who can see the whole board. You have changed remarkably, Dumbledore said. I've had time. The ghost of a smile. Indeed. Dumbledore stood, moved to Fawkes, and stroked the phoenix's plumage with one thin hand. I will arrange the meeting with Amelia. I will speak to Severus today. And I will give you whatever access you require to Grimmauld Place. He paused, still facing the phoenix. May I ask you something, Harry? Of course. Are you all right? It was the same question Hermione had asked, but from Dumbledore it carried different weight. This was a man who had lived 150 years, who had lost a sister, who had loved and been betrayed, who carried guilt like a second skeleton under his skin. He was asking because he knew what time and solitude and power could do to a person. He was asking because he was afraid of the answer. No, Harry said honestly. I'm not all right. I spent 100 years alone. There are parts of me that may never fully heal from that. But I'm functional, I'm clear-headed, and I know exactly what needs to be done. That will have to be enough for now. Dumbledore turned from the Phoenix and looked at Harry, and for the first time, the very first time, he looked at him not as a student, or a weapon, or a symbol, or a sacrifice. He looked at him as an equal. It is more than enough, Dumbledore said. Harry stood. Ron and Hermione stood with him. At the door, Harry paused. One more thing. Umbridge used a blood quill on me during detention. And on other students, I'm not the only one. I've already told her I know, and I've told her class. She'll run to Fudge. I'd like Amelia Bones to have the evidence before Fudge has a chance to bury it. Something flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, cold, sharp, furious. Not at Harry. At himself. I did not know about the blood quill. I know you didn't. I didn't tell you. But, and I say this with a century of perspective, you should have known. You should have been paying attention. You were so focused on the big picture that you let a woman torture children in your school. The words hung in the air. Dumbledore flinched, a small, almost invisible movement, but Harry caught it. You're right, Dumbledore said. I should have. Harry nodded. We'll talk soon. He opened the door. Oh, and Albus? Your password is Sherbet Lemon. You used that one in my first year. You might want to change it. He left before Dumbledore could respond, and if there was a faint smile on the old man's face as the door closed, well, some things transcended even a century of change. The rest of the day was chaos. By lunch, the story had spread through Hogwarts with the speed and distortion of magical gossip. Harry Potter had told off Umbridge. Harry Potter had called Voldemort by name in a classroom full of students. Harry Potter had walked out of defense against the dark arts and gone straight to the headmaster. Harry Potter wasn't wearing his glasses. Harry Potter had shown his hand to the whole class and there were words carved into it, and Umbridge had done it with a dark artifact. The last part was the one that caught fire. By the time Harry sat down for lunch, Lee Jordan had already organized a group of students comparing notes on their own detention scars. 3 Hufflepuffs, 2 Ravenclaws, and Dennis Creevy rolled up their sleeves and showed identical scarring. The whispers turned to murmurs. The murmurs turned to anger. Umbridge was nowhere to be seen. Her office door was locked. When Harry extended his senses, a casual thing, barely a thought, like glancing at a clock, he could feel her magical signature behind the door, agitated and erratic, and the faint residual energy of Flook communication. She'd already contacted the ministry. Good. Fred and George Weasley found Harry between classes. They were vibrating with barely contained glee. Is it true? George demanded. You told Umbridge you wouldn't do detention and just walked out. More or less. And the blood quill thing, other students are showing their hands, she's done. One way or another, she's done at this school. The twins exchanged a look. It was the look of 2 people who had been fantasizing about exactly this scenario for months and couldn't quite believe it was happening. What do you need? Fred asked. Simple. Direct. No questions about how or why. Just, what do you need? The Weasley loyalty, instinctive and unconditional. Right now? Nothing. But soon, maybe in a few days, I might need a distraction. Something big enough to keep the ministry looking in the wrong direction while I take care of something important. Fred's grin was incandescent. Mate. You have no idea how long we've been waiting for someone to say those words to us. We have prototypes, George said, with the gravity of a general discussing his arsenal. Things that would make Peeves weep with joy. Swamps. Fireworks. A hat that turns the wearer into a canary. We've been holding back. Don't hold back, Harry said. The twins practically floated away. Afternoon brought potions, and with it, Snape. Harry walked into the dungeon classroom and felt the familiar chill, not just the temperature, but the atmosphere of hostility that Snape cultivated like a greenhouse cultivated orchids. The room was designed to make students uncomfortable, cold, dim, the walls lined with jars of preserved things that stared out through cloudy liquid. Snape was at the front, black robes still, dark eyes already scanning the students as they filed in. His gaze found Harry and stopped. Harry felt the probe, a delicate, practiced brush of legilimency, so subtle that no untrained mind would detect it. Snape did this habitually. Harry had never known it before the chamber. It was how Snape read his students, how he anticipated their thoughts, how he maintained his aura of omniscience. Harry let the probe touch the outermost layer of his mental defenses and then reflected it back. Not aggressively. Not the brutal shove of someone repelling an attack. More like a mirror, calm, clear, perfect. Snape's own probe came back to him, and with it, a single image that Harry sent along for the ride, a memory of Lily Evans, 11 years old, laughing on a swing in a park in Cokeworth. Not a memory Harry had lived. He'd reconstructed it from fragments during his century of self-examination, piecing together the traces of his mother's magic that still lingered in the deepest parts of his psyche. Snape's face went white. His hand, which had been reaching for a piece of chalk, froze in midair. Harry met his eyes and gave the smallest nod. I know. I understand. We'll talk. The potions class proceeded in a silence so profound that even Malfoy kept his mouth shut. Snape taught on autopilot, his voice mechanical, his eyes returning to Harry every few minutes with an expression that Harry recognized from the mirror during his hardest years in the chamber, the look of a person whose entire understanding of reality has just been picked up, shaken, and set back down at a slightly different angle. When class ended, Snape said, "Potter. Stay." Ron and Hermione hesitated at the door. Harry gave them a look, "It's fine, I'll catch up," and they left, though Hermione's backward glance was loaded with concern. The door closed. The dungeon was empty except for the two of them. Snape stood behind his desk, gripping its edges. His knuckles were white. His face was a mask, but Harry could see the fracture lines. "What?" Snape said, very quietly, "have you done?" "Professor, don't." The word was a blade. "Don't Professor me. I felt what you did. That was not a clemency. That was not legilimency. That was something I have never encountered in 20 years of mind magic. And that image," his voice cracked, just barely. "Where did you get that image?" "It's my mother's," Harry said gently. "A trace of her magic that stayed with me. I've had a long time to learn how to access those traces. A long time." Snape's eyes were boring into him. "How long?" 100 years. Snape stared. Harry let him. He didn't explain, not yet. He let the statement sit and let Snape's formidable mind work on it. "That is not possible," Snape said, but there was no conviction in it. He could feel what Harry was. Every magical instinct he had was screaming at him that the boy standing in front of him was not a boy at all. "Dumbledore will explain the details. He and I spoke this morning. But I wanted to tell you something myself, and I wanted to say it without an audience." Snape waited. His grip on the desk hadn't loosened. "I know what you've done," Harry said. "All of it. The years of spying. The risk. The constant performance, hating me in public to maintain your cover, enduring Voldemort's presence while keeping your true loyalties hidden. I know why you did it. I know who you did it for." Snape's breathing had changed. Faster. Shallower. "And I know what it's cost you. The loneliness of it, being hated by the people you're protecting, trusted by no one, carrying guilt for something you did when you were barely more than a child." Harry paused. "I've spent a century alone, Professor. I understand loneliness in ways that most people never will. And I want you to know that your loneliness is almost over. Something broke in Snape's face. Not dramatically, he was too controlled for that. But the mask slipped, just for a moment, and underneath was a man so tired and so wounded that it hurt to look at. Dumbledore is going to pull you out, Harry said. Today. Your role as a spy is over, it has to be, for reasons I'll explain when we have more time. But I need you to hear this, what you did mattered. It mattered, Severus. And when this is over, people will know. Not because I'll reveal your secrets, those are yours. But because I won't let the world forget the people who fought Voldemort in the dark. The dungeon was very quiet. Something dripped in the far corner. One of the preserved things in its jar shifted slowly, turning in its cloudy liquid. Snape released the desk. He straightened. When he spoke, his voice was rough, but steady. You look like your father. It was the thing he always said. The reflex, the default, the shield. I know, Harry said. But I have my mother's, don't. But it wasn't harsh this time. It was something else. Something that might, in a different light, have been the beginning of a laugh. Get out of my classroom, Potter. Harry went to the door. As he reached for the handle, Snape spoke again. Potter. Harry turned. Snape's face was back in its mask. But his eyes, dark, bottomless, carrying decades of pain, were different. Something in them had shifted, like a door opening a crack to let in a sliver of light. Thank you, Snape said. Harry nodded. He opened the door and walked out into the corridor, where the torches were burning and the stones were cold under his feet and the castle was humming its old, familiar song. Behind him, in the empty dungeon, Severus Snape sat down heavily in his chair and put his face in his hands, and for the first time in 14 years, he didn't know what to do with the feeling that was rising in his chest, because he had forgotten what hope felt like. Evening came. Harry sat in the common room with Ron and Hermione while the fire crackled and the other Gryffindors gave him a wide berth, not from hostility, but from the kind of instinctive deference that radiated outward from someone who had fundamentally changed the rules of the game. The story of the Umbridge confrontation had grown in the telling, as stories do, and by dinner Harry had apparently duelled her to a standstill and set her desk on fire. He hadn't bothered to correct the rumors. They served their purpose. So, Hermione said, her voice low. She had a piece of parchment in front of her covered in her small, precise handwriting, notes from everything Harry had told them. The locket. Tonight? Tonight. Dumbledore is arranging access to Grimmauld Place. I'll use the Floo in his office. We're coming, Ron said. It wasn't a question. Harry looked at him. Ron's jaw was set, his freckled face stubborn and certain. Beside him, Hermione wore an identical expression. Harry felt the warmth again, the old, deep warmth of being known and loved by people who chose you, not because of prophecy or fame or power, but because you were theirs and they were yours. I'd like that, Harry said. At 10 o'clock, they made their way to Dumbledore's office. The gargoyle leapt aside without a password. Dumbledore had keyed it to Harry's magical signature, a gesture of trust that was not lost on any of them. The office was empty. A note on the desk, in Dumbledore's elegant script, the Floo is open. 12, Grimmauld Place. I will ensure the house is empty tonight. A.D. Harry took a pinch of Floo powder from the pot on the mantelpiece. I hate Floo travel, Ron muttered. I could apparate us, Harry said. Through the Hogwarts wards. Ron and Hermione stared at him. You can, that's impossible, Hermione sputtered. For most wizards, yes. For me, the wards are, he paused, looking for the right metaphor. They're like a fence. A very well-built fence. But I can see the gaps between the posts. The wards were designed to block a certain type of spatial displacement. The way I apparate doesn't use the same mechanism. You've invented a new way to apparate, Hermione said flatly. Technically, the ancient wizards who built the time chamber invented it. I just learned it from their texts. Of course you did. Harry grinned. Flow is fine, though. Less disorienting for passengers. They flood to Grimmauld Place one by one. Harry went last, stepping out of the fireplace into the grim drawing room of Sirius's family home. The house was dark and cold and smelled like dust and old magic and the particular misery that seemed baked into the walls of Black family properties. Creature was nowhere in sight. Harry could feel the house elf's magical signature, muted, resentful, lurking somewhere in the upper floors. He left him alone. Creature's loyalties were complicated, and Harry had plans for that particular relationship, but not tonight. The locket, Harry said. It was in here during the cleaning. A heavy gold locket with a serpentine S on the front. No one could open it. I remember, Hermione said. We tried. We threw it in the rubbish bag. And Creature pulled it out, Ron finished. He was saving things, anything with the Black family crest or that he thought was valuable. Harry closed his eyes and extended his senses. The room around him resolved into a three-dimensional map of magical signatures, the enchantments on the furniture, the dark magic embedded in the tapestries, the wards on the windows, and there, faint but unmistakable, a resonance he recognized. Upstairs, he said. Creature's den. They found it in the boiler cupboard where Creature slept, a nest of old blankets and stolen treasures. The locket was there, half buried under a mound of tarnished silver and moth-eaten fabric. Harry picked it up and felt the Horcrux immediately, a dark, cold pulse against his palm, like holding a heart that beat with someone else's hatred. Ron and Hermione drew close, looking at the locket over his shoulders. That's it? Ron said. It's just a necklace. It's a piece of Voldemort's soul anchored to a physical object through the darkest magic in existence. Harry turned the locket over in his hands. The gold was heavy. The serpentine S glinted in the dim light. It's also, yes, a necklace. Do you need to use a basilisk fang, or fiendfire, or, no? Harry held the locket in his open palm and looked at it. Those methods work by overwhelming the Horcrux with destructive magic powerful enough to damage the soul fragment. Brute force. What I'm going to do is more precise. He sat cross-legged on the floor of the boiler cupboard, which was cramped and ridiculous and not at all the setting for the destruction of one of the most dangerous dark artifacts in the world. Ron and Hermione crouched in the doorway, watching. Harry closed his eyes and reached into the locket with his magic. Not physically, magically. He felt the outer enchantments first, protections, traps, compulsions designed to manipulate anyone who held the locket for too long. He disarmed them with the casual ease of a locksmith opening a toy padlock. Then he went deeper, past the surface, into the structure of the Horcrux itself. There it was. The soul fragment. Dark and twisted and screaming silently, just like the one that had been in his scar. A piece of Tom Riddle, torn from the whole by murder, stuffed into a golden prison and left to rot for decades. Harry looked at it with the perception he'd spent 50 years developing. He saw its structure, the jagged edges where it had been ripped from the main soul, the way it had bonded with the locket's material, the dark magic that kept it anchored and alive. He began to unravel it. It was like untying a knot, a horribly complex knot, tied in barbed wire, that fought back. The soul fragment resisted. It screamed, inaudibly, and Harry felt the echo of Tom Riddle's rage and terror and desperate clinging to existence. Images flashed through his mind, a boy in an orphanage, cold-eyed and hungry, a young man in Borgin and Berks, handling dark artifacts with covetous hands, a monster in a graveyard, reborn in blood and bone. Harry held steady. He'd done this before. He unraveled the fragment strand by strand, dissolving each thread of dark magic, releasing each knot of corrupted soul energy into the ambient field where it dispersed harmlessly. It took about 10 minutes. When it was done, the locket sat in his palm, inert. Just metal. Just gold. The malevolence was gone. He opened his eyes. Ron and Hermione were staring at him. "It's done," Harry said. "You just sat there," Ron said. "With your eyes closed. For 10 minutes. And it's done. What were you expecting?" "I don't know." Explosions. Dark smoke. Dramatic screaming. "Sorry to disappoint." "No, Ron shook his head. "That's brilliant, mate. That's absolutely brilliant. I just expected it to be more violent. Violence is what Voldemort understands. I prefer precision." Hermione was looking at Harry with an expression he couldn't quite read. "Harry, the energy you just released, I felt it. It was cold. And sad. Is it always like that? It's a piece of a broken soul. There's nothing happy about it. But you just dissolved it. Like it was nothing. It wasn't nothing. It was a piece of a human being who made terrible choices. I treated it with more respect than it deserved, honestly." He stood, pocketing the now harmless locket. "One down. 4 to go." They fled back to Hogwarts. It was past midnight. The castle was quiet, the corridors dark and empty. Harry walked Ron and Hermione to the base of Gryffindor Tower and stopped. "You two should sleep. Tomorrow's going to be a long day." "What about you?" Hermione asked. "I'm going to the room of requirement. The diadem is there, and I'd rather not wait." "Harry, you need to sleep too, Hermione." He said it gently. "I trained myself to function on 4 hours of sleep a night. I've been doing it for 80 years. I promise you, I'm fine." She opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. "This is going to take some getting used to." "I know. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. She reached out and squeezed his hand. "Be careful. I just dismantled a Horcrux in a boiler cupboard. I think careful is relative." Ron clapped him on the shoulder. "Go destroy the evil tiara, mate. We'll be here when you get back." Harry watched them go through the portrait hole. Then he turned and walked to the 7th floor. The room of requirement responded to his need as it always had, 3 passes before the stretch of blank wall, thinking clearly about what he needed. "I need the room where things are hidden." The door appeared. He opened it and stepped into a cathedral of junk. Mountains of broken furniture, stacked books, discarded robes, cracked mirrors, old broomsticks, boxes and crates, and 1,000 years of Hogwarts students' abandoned secrets. The room stretched in every direction, aisles of towering debris forming a labyrinth that would take hours to navigate by conventional means. Harry didn't navigate. He reached out with his senses and felt for the resonance. There. Deep in the maze, high on a pile of detritus. A faint, dark pulse, like the locket but slightly different. Each Horcrux had its own frequency, its own flavor of corruption. This one felt sharp and cold, like touching ice. He walked straight to it, turning through the aisles with the confidence of a man following a beacon. The diadem was sitting on top of a cabinet, tarnished and forgotten, Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem, one of the most sought-after artifacts in wizarding history, and Voldemort had turned it into a vessel for a piece of his mutilated soul. Harry picked it up. The same process. Sit, reach in, unravel. This one was faster, he'd warmed up on the locket, and the technique was fresh. 7 minutes. When he opened his eyes, the diadem was just a tiara. Beautiful craftsmanship, remarkable enchantments, Ravenclaw's original charms were still intact beneath the Horcrux, which was interesting, but no longer a dark artifact. No longer a piece of Voldemort. 2 down in one night. Harry allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. Then he stood, slipped the diadem into his robes, and left the room. The corridor outside was dark and quiet. Harry was about to head back to Gryffindor Tower when he felt it. A brush against his mind. Faint. Distant. Like someone shouting from very far away. Voldemort. Harry stopped walking. He stood in the middle of the 7th-floor corridor and felt the Dark Lord's consciousness reaching for him, not through the scar, which was gone, but through the Horcrux network itself. Voldemort had felt the destruction of 2 of his anchors. Not consciously, he didn't know what Horcruxes had been destroyed or where. But somewhere in his fragmented soul, an alarm was sounding. Something was wrong. Something was missing. And his magic was reaching out, instinctively, searching for the source of the disturbance. His searching consciousness touched Harry's mind, and recoiled. Harry felt the recoil like a physical thing, a flinch, a spasm, a jolt of pure shock radiating through the tenuous connection. Voldemort had expected to find the boy who lived, the traumatized teenager, the scared child whose mind he'd been poking through for months. Instead, he'd found something else entirely. Something vast and calm and utterly beyond him. Harry could have severed the connection. He could have shut it down instantly, like slamming a door. Instead, he pushed back. Not with force, with presence. He let Voldemort feel what he was. The full scope of it. The century of mastery, the depth of power, the absolute, unshakable calm of a man who had faced himself in the dark for 100 years and come out whole. And with the presence, a message. Not words, Voldemort wouldn't have understood words, not through this kind of connection. An image. A feeling. The image was simple, Harry, standing in light, looking down at something small and broken and afraid. The feeling was simpler, I see you, Tom. The connection shattered. Not gently, violently. Voldemort ripped himself away with the desperate, flailing terror of a man who has looked into an abyss and seen the abyss looking back. Harry stood in the corridor and breathed. His heart was steady. His hands were still. Somewhere, in a dark room in a place Harry would find soon enough, Lord Voldemort was feeling something he hadn't felt since infancy. Fear. Harry adjusted his robes, pushed his hair out of his eyes, still messy, still untamable, and walked back toward Gryffindor Tower. The castle hummed around him, warm and old and alive, and the night was quiet, and 2 Horcruxes were gone, and the Dark Lord was afraid, and Harry Potter was not tired at all. Tomorrow, he would destroy the ring. The day after, he would deal with Gringotts. Within a week, only Nagini would remain. And then there would be a conversation. The last conversation. The one Harry had been preparing for since the day a broken, brilliant boy named Tom Riddle chose to become a monster. Harry climbed through the portrait hole, crossed the common room, and sat in the chair by the dying fire. He didn't sleep. He watched the embers glow and thought about the people upstairs, Ron and Hermione, sleeping, trusting him, loving him despite the century between them. He thought about what Dumbledore had said. I would be honored to help. He thought about Snape's face when the mask cracked. He thought about Umbridge's wan hand trembling. He thought about Voldemort's fear. And he thought about the morning, which was coming, which was always coming, which brought with it the next step and the next step and the next, until the work was done and the people he loved were safe and the world was something worth living in. The fire crackled. The common room was warm. Harry sat in the light of the dying embers and waited for dawn. Chapter 3, The Board is Flipped. The owl arrived at breakfast. It was a ministry owl, sleek, officious, gray-feathered, and it dropped a scarlet envelope directly into Harry's porridge. Not a howler. Something worse. The wax seal bore the ministry's crossed wands emblem, and the parchment inside was thick, cream-colored, and dripping with bureaucratic menace. Harry fished the envelope out of his porridge, wiped it clean with a napkin, and broke the seal. Ron and Hermione leaned in from either side. Dear Mr. Potter, you are hereby summoned to a disciplinary hearing at the Ministry of Magic, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Courtroom 10, at 9 a.m. on the 14th of October, to answer charges of disruption of educational proceedings, insubordination toward a ministry-appointed official, threatening a ministry employee, and violations of Educational Decree No. 24. Sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of magic office. Harry read it twice, folded it neatly, and tucked it into his robes. Well? Ron demanded. Disciplinary hearing. Tomorrow morning. Courtroom 10. Hermione's face went tight. That's the same courtroom they used for your hearing over the summer. The one with the full Wisengamot. They're trying to expel me. Or arrest me. Or both. Harry took a sip of pumpkin juice. Fudge is doing exactly what I expected. Umbridge ran to him, he panicked, and now he's trying to crush this before it becomes public. Harry, this is serious. If they convict you, they won't. You don't know that. The Wisengamot is stacked with Fudge's people, Hermione. Harry set down his goblet and looked at her. I've spent decades studying magical law. Not just British law, international statutes, historical precedents, the foundational legal frameworks that the Wisengamot was built on. I know the Ministry's legal system better than anyone currently working in it. And more importantly, I have evidence that Umbridge committed criminal acts against students. Blood quill scarring on at least 6 children. Fudge isn't dragging me to trial. He's walking into an ambush. She stared at him. Then, slowly, a smile spread across her face, not the anxious, forced smile she'd been wearing since Harry's revelation, but something sharper. Something that looked, if Harry was being honest, a bit predatory. You're going to turn the hearing against them. I'm going to burn them down. Publicly. In front of the full Wisengamot and anyone else who happens to be watching. Ron picked up a piece of toast and took a bite, chewing thoughtfully. So, what, we just walk into the Ministry and start a war. We walk into the Ministry and end one. The war Fudge has been waging against the truth for 4 months. Voldemort's return, the cover-up, the smear campaign against me and Dumbledore, all of it comes into the light tomorrow. How? I'm going to give them proof. Undeniable, irrefutable proof that Voldemort is back. Hermione frowned. What kind of proof? The Priori Incantatem from the graveyard, better than that. Harry glanced around the great hall. Students eating, talking, the normal morning chaos. Umbridge's chair at the staff table was empty for the 2nd day running. But that's tomorrow. Today, I have a ring to destroy. He stood, and Ron and Hermione stood with him, and together they walked out of the great hall and into what was about to become the most consequential day in the modern history of Wizarding Britain. Little Hangleton was grey and wet. Harry brought them to the outskirts of the village at 9:30 in the morning, and Hermione spent the first 30 seconds after arrival staring at him with an expression of stunned disbelief. We brought from inside Hogwarts. Yes. Through the wards. The 1,000-year-old wards. The wards that Dumbledore himself reinforced. Yes. And you took 2 passengers. Side-along works the same way regardless of the method. My version just ignores spatial barriers that traditional apparition can't penetrate. Hermione looked like she was having a small, contained crisis. Ron patted her on the back. Breathe, Hermione. I'm breathing. Do you have any idea what the theoretical implications, later, Harry said. I promise, I'll explain the mechanics. But right now, we need to find the Gaunt Shack. Little Hangleton was a village that seemed to exist in a permanent state of drizzle. The houses were old and tired-looking, the main street puddled and quiet. Harry led them along a path that wound away from the village, through a copse of trees, down a sloping hillside where the grass grew wild and unkempt. He was following the resonance. The ring was close, he could feel it like a compass needle, pulling him northeast, up a rutted dirt track toward a dense tangle of woods. The pull was stronger than the locket or the diadem had been. This Horcrux was older. More deeply anchored. How do you know where we're going? Ron asked, stepping over a root that crossed the path like a speed bump. I can feel it. The Horcrux. Each one has a unique magical resonance, a signature tied to the specific fragment of soul it contains. I mapped them all during my time in the chamber. The ring is, he pointed ahead, where the trees thickened. About a quarter mile that way. They walked. The woods closed in around them, dense and dark despite the morning hour. The path, such as it was, narrowed to a track barely wide enough for a single person. Brambles snagged at their robes. The air smelled of wet earth and decay. The gaunt shack appeared between the trees like a wound in the landscape. It was barely standing, walls of rotting timber, a roof half collapsed, the door hanging from a single hinge. The windows were black, empty eye sockets staring out from a dead face. The whole structure radiated a misery that was almost physical, the accumulated suffering of generations of Gaunts who had lived here in poverty and madness and the bitter dregs of fallen greatness. And underneath the misery, something darker. Harry could feel it pulsing from inside the shack, the ring, the Horcrux, and something else. Something layered on top of it. He stopped. Held up a hand. What? Ron whispered. It's trapped. The ring. There's a curse on it, something extremely nasty. Withering curse, layered and self-reinforcing. Harry studied the shack with his magical senses, peeling back layers of enchantment like an archaeologist brushing dirt from a find. If someone touches the ring without neutralizing the curse first, it would spread from the point of contact. Kill them in, he calculated. About a year. Maybe less. Hermione went pale. That's horrible. It's clever. The ring is a Horcrux, but it's also a Hallow, the resurrection stone. Voldemort didn't know that when he made it a Horcrux, but the stone's nature would draw anyone who recognized it to pick it up. Put it on. And then the curse would kill them slowly. He thought about Dumbledore. In the original timeline, the timeline that would have unfolded without the chamber, Dumbledore would have found this ring. And Dumbledore, brilliant and grieving and human, would have seen the resurrection stone and thought of Ariana. And he would have put it on. And the curse would have begun eating him alive. Harry felt a cold fury in his chest, controlled and focused like a cutting laser. Not at Voldemort, at the needlessness of it. The pointless, cruel, mechanical evil of a trap designed to exploit grief. Stay here, he said. He walked to the shack. The door fell off its remaining hinge as he pushed it, landing in the dirt with a damp thump. Inside, the floor was covered in debris, broken furniture, old bottles, the skeleton of what might have been a rat. The air was thick with the smell of rot. The ring was in a golden box, set on the floor near the far wall. Harry could see it without opening the box, his magical perception showed him the object through the container, the dark pulse of the Horcrux surrounded by the intricate, deadly web of the withering curse. He crouched beside the box and went to work. The curse was complex. More complex than anything Umbridge could cast, more complex than most things the modern wizarding world could produce. Voldemort, whatever else he was a genius. The curse was layered in 7 stages, each one triggering the next, each one reinforcing the others, and the whole structure was woven so tightly into the Horcrux itself that separating them was like performing surgery on a bomb. Harry separated them anyway. Strand by strand, layer by layer, with the patience and precision of someone who had spent a century doing this kind of work. The withering curse fought him, it was designed to resist dispelling, to burrow deeper when threatened, to lash out at anyone who tried to unravel it. Harry contained its lashing with walls of pure magical force, held the strands apart with tendrils of intention so fine they were almost imaginary, and dismantled the whole structure in about 20 minutes. Then he unraveled the Horcrux itself. 8 minutes. The soul fragment screamed and writhed and showed him Tom Riddle as a young man, handsome and hollow-eyed, committing the murder that created this particular piece, his own father, killed in the house up the hill, the first of many. Harry let the images wash through him without flinching. He'd seen worse. He'd seen all of it, during his century of self-examination, when he'd followed the traces of Voldemort's soul fragment in his scar down into the darkest memories a human being could contain. The Horcrux dissolved. The ring sat in its box, inert. Harry picked it up. The resurrection stone gleamed in the thin light filtering through the collapsed roof. He turned it over in his fingers, feeling its weight, its age, its strange, sad magic, the ability to call shades of the dead back to the living world. Not truly alive. Not truly present. Just echoes. He thought about his parents. He thought about turning the stone 3 times and seeing them, Lily and James, young and ghostly and forever out of reach. He put the stone in his pocket. He'd give it to Dumbledore. The old man deserved the chance to say goodbye to Ariana, and Harry trusted him, now, with the withering curse removed, to handle it without destroying himself. He walked back outside. Ron and Hermione were waiting where he'd left them, tense and watchful. "Done," Harry said. "3 down," Ron said. His voice was steady, but Harry could see the slight tremor in his hands. Not fear, adrenaline. Ron was riding the wave of something enormous and unprecedented, and to his credit, he was riding it well. 3 to go. 2 to go, plus Nagini. The cup in Gringotts and the snake. Harry glanced at the sky, gray, overcast, the drizzle showing no sign of letting up. Gringotts is going to be more complicated. I need time to plan it. But right now, we need to get back to Hogwarts. I want to prepare for tomorrow. The hearing, Hermione said. The hearing. He held out his arms. Ron and Hermione each took one, and the world compressed around them, and they were back in the 7th-floor corridor of Hogwarts, and Hermione's small, involuntary gasp at the impossibility of what had just happened was, Harry thought, never going to get old. Harry spent the afternoon in the room of requirement, configured, this time, not as the room of hidden things but as a comfortable study, with a long table, plenty of light and enough chairs for 3. Hermione had brought every book on wizarding law she could find in the Hogwarts library. Ron had brought snacks. The Wizengamot, Harry said, standing at one end of the table while Hermione and Ron sat with books and parchment spread out before them, operates under a charter established in 1544. The charter grants the full-body judicial authority over criminal matters involving wizards, but it also contains a clause, Article 17, that allows any accused party to present countercharges during a hearing, provided the countercharges relate to criminal conduct discovered as a direct result of the events leading to the original charges. Hermione looked up from her book. I've never heard of Article 17. Most people haven't. It hasn't been invoked since 1878, when a wizard named Ephraim Diggory used it to countercharge the minister of the day with corruption during his own trial for sedition. Diggory won, incidentally. The minister was removed from office. So I'm going to walk into courtroom 10, let Fudge present his charges, and then invoke Article 17 to present countercharges against Dolores Umbridge for assault on minors using a banned dark artifact. I'll present the evidence, the student's scars, the testimony, and the blood quill itself, which is still in Umbridge's office. I've already asked Dobby to retrieve it. You asked Dobby? House elves can go anywhere in Hogwarts. Umbridge's wards are designed to keep out students, not house elves. Dobby was delighted to help. He's been wanting to do something dramatic for me since 2nd year. Ron grinned. I love that elf. But that's only one part, Harry continued. The Umbridge countercharge gets me off the hook for the original charges and puts the ministry on the defensive. But the real objective is bigger. I need the Wizengamot to acknowledge that Voldemort has returned. And how do you plan to do that? Hermione asked. Harry reached into his robes and withdrew a small glass phial. Inside, a silvery substance swirled slowly, not liquid, not gas, something in between. Memory. Pensive testimony. My memory of the graveyard, Voldemort's resurrection, Cedric's murder, the Death Eaters who were present. Pensive memories are admissible as evidence under Wizengamot protocol, provided they haven't been tampered with. And mine haven't. In fact, the clarity and detail of my memories is significantly beyond what a normal wizard could produce, because I've spent decades developing perfect recall. Hermione's eyes were wide. If you show them the graveyard, they see Voldemort. They see him return. They see Lucius Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, McNair, Avery, every Death Eater who answered the call. They see Wormtail. They see Cedric die. Harry's voice was level, but something flickered behind his eyes. Even a century of distance couldn't make that memory painless. It's undeniable. It's unspinnable. Fudge can't call it attention-seeking when the entire Wizengamot is watching it happen in a pensive. Ron had stopped eating his snacks. Harry, that's going to blow the whole thing apart. Everything Fudge has been doing, the Prophet, the smear campaign, all of it, yes. He'll fight it. He'll try to block the evidence, claim the memories are fabricated, which is why I need Amelia Bones in the room. Dumbledore was arranging a meeting with her, but this is better, she'll be at the hearing in her official capacity as head of the DMLE. And Amelia Bones is the one person in that building who will insist on examining the evidence properly, regardless of political pressure. Harry sat down and pulled a piece of parchment toward him. Here's how it plays out. Fudge opens with the charges. I invoke Article 17. The Umbridge evidence comes out. Fudge is suddenly on the back foot, he either defends Umbridge, which is political suicide now that student scars are public knowledge, or he distances himself from her, which undermines his entire Hogwarts strategy. While he's scrambling, I request permission to present additional evidence relevant to the security of the wizarding world. Article 23 gives any citizen the right to bring matters of national security before the Wizengamot during an active session. Bones supports the request because she's been suspicious of Fudge's cover-up for months. The pensive memories go in. Voldemort's return becomes a matter of official record. Fudge is finished. Hermione stared at the parchment, then at Harry, then back at the parchment. You've been planning this for 100 years. Roughly. I didn't know the specific circumstances, I couldn't have predicted Umbridge or the hearing. But I gamed out every possible scenario for forcing the Ministry to acknowledge Voldemort's return, and this is the optimal approach. Direct confrontation with overwhelming evidence, executed in a forum where Fudge can't control the narrative. Ron leaned back in his chair. It's like chess. It's exactly like chess. Except the pieces are politicians, and the board is a courtroom, and the stakes are whether or not the wizarding world prepares for a war that's already started. I meant you're good at it, Ron said. The planning. The strategy. You always used to just charge in. Now you're 3 moves ahead. I had a long time to learn patience. They worked through the details for 2 more hours. Hermione drafted a legal brief, a formal document outlining the countercharges against Umbridge, complete with citations, precedents, and a list of student witnesses. Ron, who turned out to have an excellent strategic mind when he was given a real problem to work on instead of homework, identified potential weak points in the plan and helped Harry develop contingencies. By evening, they had a battle plan. There's one more thing, Harry said, as they packed up their notes. I haven't told you what I'm planning to do about Gringotts. The cup, Hermione said. In Bellatrix's vault. Gringotts' security is legendary, but it's based on specific assumptions, that intruders will use known methods of magical entry, that the wards will detect any unauthorized magical signature, that the dragon and the enchantments on the vaults are sufficient deterrents. None of those assumptions hold against someone with my capabilities. You're going to break into Gringotts, Ron said flatly. I'm going to walk into Gringotts, go to the Lestrange vault, take the cup, destroy the Horcrux, and leave. Without the goblins knowing I was there. How? Harry smiled. I can suppress my magical signature completely, make myself invisible to detection wards. I can bypass physical barriers the same way I bypass apparition wards. And I can move through solid matter using a technique that, he saw their faces. I'll show you sometime. The point is, I don't need to fight the goblins or trick them or negotiate with them. I just need to walk through their security like it isn't there. That's terrifying, Hermione said. Only if you're a goblin. No, I mean, she hesitated, choosing her words. Harry, the things you can do. The things you're describing. There's no defense against any of it. If someone with your power wanted to, I know. Harry met her eyes. I know what you're thinking, and you're right to think it. The power I have is dangerous. In the wrong hands, it would be catastrophic. That's why it matters that it's in my hands, and that I spent a century not just building the power but building the judgment to use it responsibly. I'm not Voldemort, Hermione. Power doesn't corrupt people, it reveals them. And I've had 100 years to figure out who I am. She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded, once, firm. I trust you. I know you do. That's why I'm telling you everything. Ron stood and stretched, his joints popping. So tomorrow's the ministry. When's Gringotts? Day after tomorrow. I want the ministry situation resolved first. Once Voldemort's return is public knowledge, the political landscape changes entirely, and I'd rather deal with Gringotts when the ministry is too busy to interfere. And then we figure out how to get close to a giant magical snake that's permanently attached to the most dangerous wizard in the world. Fun, Ron said. Can't wait. Morning. October 14th. The day of the hearing. Harry dressed carefully, not in school robes, but in the formal wizarding robes he'd asked Dobby to procure. Black, well-fitted, without any of the adolescent scruffiness that Fudge would try to use against him. He looked at himself in the mirror. The face was still 15, but the bearing was something else. Straight spine, level shoulders, eyes that held steady. Ron and Hermione were waiting in the common room. Both in their own formal robes, Hermione in dark blue, Ron in a set of burgundy robes that were actually new. Harry raised an eyebrow. Mum sent them by express owl last night, Ron said, tugging at the collar. Hermione wrote to her explaining the situation. Well, some of it. Enough. Mrs. Weasley knows. She knows Umbridge used a blood quill on you and you've been summoned to a hearing. She also knows, Ron hesitated. She knows something's changed with you. Hermione was careful about what she said. But Mum's not stupid. She sent the robes and a note that said, "Give them hell, dear." Harry's chest tightened. Molly Weasley. The woman who had effectively mothered him since he was 12. The woman whose boggart was her family dead. She was sending him into battle with new robes and a benediction. Let's go, he said. They used the Floo in Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore himself was not present. A second note on his desk said he'd gone ahead to the ministry to ensure that Amelia Bones would be present and prepared. The Floo deposited them in the ministry atrium, and Harry stepped out of the fireplace into the vast, echoing space. It was exactly as he remembered from his summer hearing, the dark wood floors, the peacock blue ceiling with its shifting gold symbols, the fountain of magical brethren at the center with its sickening tableau of magical creatures gazing adoringly up at a wizard and witch. The place reeked of institutional arrogance. Witches and wizards streamed through the atrium, heading for the lifts. Some of them glanced at Harry and did double takes. They recognized him. Of course they recognized him. The prophet had spent months painting his face on their front page with words like delusional and attention-seeking beneath it. Harry walked through the atrium with Ron and Hermione flanking him. He didn't hurry. He didn't hesitate. He walked like a man who owned the building, and people moved out of his way without quite knowing why. The lift took them down. Level 9. Department of Mysteries corridor. Then further down, to level 10, where the courtrooms waited. The corridor was stone, torchlit, oppressively old. Their footsteps echoed. Courtroom 10. The same heavy door Harry had faced in August, sick with anxiety and convinced he was about to be expelled. He remembered the feeling, the helplessness, the fear, the sense that the entire system was rigged against him and there was nothing he could do about it. He pushed the door open. The courtroom was arranged as before, the high seats of the Wizengamot rising in tiers, filled with witches and wizards in plum-colored robes. Fudge sat at the center of the highest tier, his lime-green bowler hat sitting on the bench beside him. His face was set in an expression of stern disapproval that didn't quite mask the nervous energy beneath it. Umbridge was there, seated to Fudge's left, pink cardigan and all. Her smile was fixed and brittle. Amelia Bones sat in the front row of the Wizengamot, her monocle glinting. She was watching the door as Harry entered, and her expression was interesting. Neutral, but alert. A woman who knew something significant was about to happen and wanted to be ready for it. Dumbledore was in the gallery, not at the Wizengamot bench. He'd come as an observer, not a participant. He caught Harry's eye and gave the smallest of nods. Percy Weasley was there too, sitting in the court scribe's position, quill poised. Ron saw him and his jaw tightened. Harry put a hand on Ron's arm, brief, calming. Not now. Harry walked to the center of the courtroom floor. The chair with the chain sat there, waiting, and Harry looked at it for a moment. Then he walked past it and stood facing the Wizengamot without sitting down. The accused will be seated, Fudge said, his voice carrying the pompous weight of rehearsed authority. I'll stand, thank you. Fudge's eye twitched. This is a formal hearing, Mr. Potter. You will. The Wizengamot Charter of 1544 grants the accused the right to stand or sit at their discretion during preliminary proceedings. We haven't started yet, Minister. I'll stand. A murmur rippled through the Wizengamot. Fudge's face reddened slightly. Amelia Bones's monocle caught the light as she turned her head, and Harry thought he saw the corner of her mouth twitch. Very well, Fudge said tightly. Disciplinary hearing of the 14th of October, into offenses committed by Harry James Potter, resident at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Interrogators, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic, Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister and Hogwarts High Inquisitor, Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Court Scribe, Percy Ignatius Weasley. Percy's quill scratched. He didn't look at Ron. Charges, Fudge continued. That the accused did knowingly and willfully disrupt educational proceedings at Hogwarts School, that the accused did demonstrate insubordination toward a ministry-appointed official, that the accused did threaten said official, and that the accused did violate Educational Decree No. 24 by encouraging the formation of unauthorized student organizations. That last charge was new. Harry filed it away. Fudge was reaching, trying to connect Harry's classroom confrontation with the DA, which technically hadn't had a public meeting yet. How do you plead? Fudge asked. Before I enter a plea, Harry said, his voice carrying clearly to every corner of the courtroom, I invoke Article 17 of the Wizengamot Charter of 1544. The murmur became a buzz. Fudge looked like someone had slapped him. Umbridge's smile had frozen solid. Article 17, Harry continued, grants any accused party the right to present countercharges during a hearing, provided the countercharges relate to criminal conduct discovered as a direct result of the events leading to the original charges. The events leading to these charges began with a detention imposed on me by Professor Umbridge. During that detention, and during subsequent detentions, Professor Umbridge employed a blood quill, a Class 3 dark object, to carve words into my hand and the hands of at least 6 other students, all of whom are minors. He raised his right hand. The scars caught the torchlight. I must not tell lies. The courtroom went still. Amelia Bones leaned forward, her monocle fixed on Harry's hand. Several members of the Wizengamot were staring with expressions of open horror. I submit into evidence the following, Harry said. He drew from his robes the blood quill. Dobby had retrieved it beautifully, wrapping it in a silk cloth that preserved any magical residue for forensic examination, and placed it on the court floor. One blood quill, recovered from the office of Dolores Umbridge at Hogwarts School. Standard detection charms will confirm its nature and recent use. I also submit a list of students who can provide testimony and physical evidence of scarring consistent with blood quill use. He placed Hermione's legal brief beside the quill. 6 pages of immaculate documentation. Under Decree 174 of the International Statute of Secrecy Amendments, 1965, the use of a blood quill on a minor carries a mandatory sentence of 2 years in Azkaban. I hereby file countercharges against Dolores Jane Umbridge for 6 counts of assault on a minor using a banned dark artifact. Umbridge was on her feet. This is fabricated, the boy is lying, Minister, as he has always, Madam Umbridge. Amelia Bones's voice cut through the courtroom like a blade. Sit down. Umbridge sat. Her face was the color of curdled milk. Bones turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, you are aware that filing false countercharges during a Wisengamot hearing carries severe penalties. I am, Madam Bones. Which is why I have 6 witnesses and a dark artifact sitting on your courtroom floor. Bones looked at the blood quill. She drew her wand and, with the precision of a career law enforcement officer, cast a detection charm. The quill glowed dark red, the unmistakable signature of a blood quill that had been used recently and repeatedly. The courtroom erupted. Fudge was banging his gavel, shouting for order. Half the Wisengamot was talking at once. Umbridge was gripping the bench in front of her with white-knuckled hands, her smile finally, completely gone, replaced by something feral and desperate. Harry stood in the center of the storm and waited. It took 3 full minutes for Bones to restore order. When the courtroom finally quieted, she spoke directly to Fudge. Minister, the evidence presented is compelling and falls clearly within the scope of Article 17. I move that the original charges against Mr. Potter be suspended pending a full investigation into the countercharges against Madam Umbridge. You can't, this is my hearing, I am the Minister of, you are the Minister of Magic, Cornelius, not the King. The Wisengamot operates under its charter, and the charter is clear. Article 17 takes precedence. Do you wish to challenge this in front of the full body? Fudge looked at the Wisengamot. 50 faces looked back at him. Most of them were staring at the blood quill on the floor. Several were staring at Umbridge. He deflated visibly. Very well. The original charges are suspended. Now, Harry said, and his voice was calm and measured and carried the kind of authority that made people instinctively straighten in their seats. With the court's permission, I would like to invoke Article 23. Article 23. Bones raised her monocle. The right of any citizen to bring matters of national security before the Wisengamot during an active session. What I have to present relates directly to the safety of every witch and wizard in this country. Bones studied him. She was reading him, Harry knew, not with legitimacy, but with 30 years of experience in law enforcement and an instinct for truth that had made her the most respected official in the ministry. The court recognizes Mr. Potter's invocation of Article 23, she said. Present your evidence. Harry reached into his robes and withdrew the glass phial containing his memory. He held it up so the courtroom could see it, the swirling silver substance catching the torchlight. This is a pensive memory. My memory. It contains my first-hand experience of events that took place on the 24th of June this year, in the graveyard at Little Hangleton. The events include the murder of Cedric Diggory and the resurrection of Lord Voldemort. The name hit the courtroom like a physical shockwave. People flinched, gasped, recoiled. Fudge went white. This is enough. Fudge was on his feet, his voice cracking. I will not allow this courtroom to be used as a platform for paranoid fantasies and attention-seeking, Minister. Bones again. She hadn't raised her voice. She didn't need to. Mr. Potter has invoked Article 23. He has the legal right to present evidence of a national security threat. If you attempt to block this, you will be in violation of the Charter, and I will have you removed from these proceedings. Fudge stared at her. The courtroom was utterly silent. Every eye moved between the minister and the head of magical law enforcement, and in that silence, the power shifted, visibly, tangibly, like a scale tipping. Fudge sat down. "A pensieve, if you please," Bones said to one of the court attendants. A stone basin was brought forward and placed on a stand in the center of the courtroom. Harry uncorked the phial and let the memory pour in, a long, silvery stream that pooled in the basin and began to swirl. "With the court's permission," Harry said, "I'll project the memory so the full Wizengamot can view it. This requires a projection charm on the pensieve." Bones nodded. Harry drew his wand, for show, he didn't need it, and tapped the surface of the pensieve. The memory rose from the basin in a column of silver light and expanded, filling the center of the courtroom like a three-dimensional screen. The graveyard materialized around them. The Wizengamot saw it all. The Portkey arrival. The gravestones. Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, supposedly dead, unmistakably alive, carrying the twisted, barely human form of Voldemort. The cauldron. The ritual. Bone of the father. Flesh of the servant. Blood of the enemy. And then the rising, the pale, terrible figure emerging from the cauldron, red-eyed and lipless and radiating a malevolence that translated perfectly even through the medium of a projected memory. They saw the Death Eaters arrive. They saw the masks come off. Lucius Malfoy. Crabbe. Goyle. McNair. Avery. Not. They saw faces that some members of the Wizengamot recognized, colleagues, donors, friends. The silence in the courtroom was absolute. They saw the duel. They saw Cedric's body on the ground. They saw Voldemort smile. The memory faded. The silver light collapsed back into the pensieve. The courtroom sat in a silence so deep it seemed to have physical weight. An older witch in the third row was crying silently. A wizard Harry didn't recognize had his face in his hands. Amelia Bones's expression was carved from stone, controlled, furious, determined. Fudge looked like a man watching his own funeral. "The memory is genuine," Bones said, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. "I have observed no signs of tampering or fabrication. The clarity is, frankly, extraordinary. The individuals depicted are identifiable." She paused. "Lord Voldemort has returned." The words fell into the silence like stones into still water. "This body," Bones continued, turning to face the full Wizengamot, "has a duty to act. I move for an immediate emergency session to address the national security implications of what we have just witnessed. I further move for the immediate suspension of Cornelius Fudge from his position as Minister of Magic, pending an investigation into his suppression of intelligence related to the return of the most dangerous dark wizard in history." Fudge made a sound, a strangled, desperate noise that might have been the beginning of a protest. But the Wizengamot was already moving. Hands rising. Voices calling out. The vote was swift, almost unanimous. Cornelius Fudge was suspended from office by a margin of 47-3. Harry stood in the center of the courtroom and watched it happen. He felt no satisfaction, only the grim, clear-eyed sense of a necessary thing being done. Fudge wasn't evil. He was weak, and his weakness had cost people dearly, and the time for weakness was over. Umbridge tried to slip out during the chaos. 2 Aurors intercepted her at the door. She went quietly, which surprised Harry, though the look she gave him as she was led away was pure venom, the hatred of a petty tyrant who has been stripped of her authority and knows, with absolute certainty, who to blame. Harry met her eyes and felt nothing. She was already irrelevant. A footnote. A lesson in what happened when small people were given power they didn't deserve. The aftermath of the hearing was immediate and volcanic. The Daily Prophet, which had spent months parroting Fudge's line, reversed course with the whiplash speed of an institution that cared about access more than truth. The evening edition's headline screamed, "He who must not be named returns, Ministry in Crisis." Beneath it, a smaller headline, "Fudge suspended, Umbridge arrested, Potter vindicated." Harry didn't read it. He was already thinking about Gringotts. They returned to Hogwarts to find the castle buzzing. Students clustered in corridors, talking in urgent whispers. Several had copies of the Prophet's Evening Edition. When Harry walked through the entrance hall, people stared, but the quality of the staring had changed. These weren't the hostile, suspicious looks he'd endured for months. These were the looks of people who had just realized they'd been wrong about something important. Neville found him in the common room. The round-faced boy was practically vibrating, holding a copy of the Prophet in both hands. "Is it true? All of it? You showed the Wizengamot the graveyard?" "It's true. And Umbridge, she's gone. She's been arrested." The blood quill evidence was more than enough. Neville's face did something complicated. Relief, anger, vindication, and something deeper, the fierce, quiet satisfaction of a boy whose parents had been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters, who understood what Voldemort's return truly meant, and who was furiously glad that someone had finally forced the world to face it. "Good," Neville said. "Just that. Good." And he turned and walked back to his dormitory, and Harry watched him go and thought, "There's steel in that boy. The kind that doesn't bend." Dumbledore arrived in the common room 20 minutes later, which was itself remarkable. The headmaster rarely visited the house common rooms. He stepped through the portrait hole and the room fell silent. Every Gryffindor stared as Dumbledore crossed to where Harry sat by the fire and settled into the adjacent chair with the careful movements of a very old man. "You were magnificent," Dumbledore said simply. "I was prepared." "That, too. Amelia has been appointed acting minister, by the way. She's already recalled Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks from their current assignments and is assembling a task force." "Good. Bones is the right person. She wants to speak with you. Tomorrow, if possible. I'll make time. But first," Harry lowered his voice. The common room was listening, and there were things that couldn't be discussed publicly. "Did you speak to Snape?" "I did. Severus has been extracted. He is currently at a secure location, known only to myself and one other member of the Order. He was," Dumbledore paused, and something softened in his face. "He was resistant, as you might imagine. He has spent so long in his role that leaving it felt like abandonment. But I convinced him. With help from something you said to him, I believe." Harry nodded. "Good. Because I'm going to Gringotts tomorrow night, and once I destroy the cup, Voldemort will know. He'll feel 4 Horcruxes gone. He'll panic. And a panicking Voldemort is more dangerous than a confident one. What do you need from me? Keep Hogwarts locked down. Reinforce the wards. I can give you techniques that will triple their effectiveness. And be ready. When Voldemort panics, he'll lash out, and his first targets will be the people connected to me." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "The Weasleys. Miss Granger's parents. And Hogwarts itself. And the Order. He'll hit everything at once, hoping to overwhelm us. Can you protect them all?" Harry looked at Dumbledore for a long moment. Then he said, quietly, "Yes." Dumbledore searched his face. Whatever he found there settled something behind his eyes, the last residual doubt, perhaps, about whether the boy in front of him was truly what he claimed to be. "Then we proceed," Dumbledore said. The fire crackled. The common room murmured around them. Harry stared into the flames and planned. The next morning, Harry did 2 things before breakfast. First, he went to the Ollery and sent a letter to Sirius. Not by owl, too slow, too interceptable. He'd developed a communication method during his century of study that used magical resonance rather than physical transmission. The message would arrive as an impression directly in Sirius's mind, not words, exactly, but a clear, unmistakable sense of meaning. Harry could have communicated complex information this way, but he kept it simple. "I'm coming to see you tonight. Everything is changing. Stay safe. Harry." He felt the message arrive. Felt serious as shock, then confusion, then the fierce, hungry hope of a man who had been locked in a house for months and was starving for action. Second, he went to the room of requirement, configured as a workshop this time, and spent 2 hours constructing protective wards. Not ordinary wards. These were his own design, built from first principles using techniques that predated modern wardcraft by millennia. Each ward was a self-contained magical construct, a crystalline structure of interlocking intentions that could be attached to a person or location and would defend against a wide range of magical attacks. They were, as far as Harry knew, unbreakable by any wizard currently alive, including Voldemort. He made 7 of them. 1 for the burrow. 1 for Hermione's parents' home. 1 for Grimmauld Place. 1 for Hogwarts, supplementing the existing wards. 1 for the Tonks residence. 1 for the Longbottom estate. And 1 for Bones, who was now acting minister and therefore a target. Each ward was embedded in a small, smooth stone, unobtrusive, easy to carry or place. Harry pocketed them and went to breakfast. "What are those?" Hermione asked, eyeing the stones as Harry set them on the table. "Protection. I'm distributing them today. 1 goes to your parents, I'll need their address." "My parents?" Why would, she stopped. Her face changed as she understood. "You think Voldemort will target our families?" "I think Voldemort will target everything and everyone he can reach. These wards will stop him. You can protect my parents from Voldemort with a rock." "It's not the rock. The rock is just a container. What's inside it is," Harry paused, looking for an analogy. "Think of it as a fortress compressed into a pebble. When activated, it expands into a ward scheme that covers a 200-meter radius. Anything hostile that tries to cross the boundary gets redirected. Not blocked, redirected. The attacker thinks they've entered the warded area, but they've actually been shunted into a pocket of folded space that loops them back to their starting point. They could try to break through for a year and never make progress, because there's nothing to break through. They're not hitting a wall. They're walking in circles." Ron set down his fork. "You invented that?" "Year 63. I was working on spatial magic and realized that traditional wards have a fundamental design flaw, they're barriers, and barriers can always be broken with enough force. So I designed a ward that isn't a barrier. It's a maze with no exit." Hermione's eyes had gone wide and slightly unfocused in the way they did when she was processing something that challenged her fundamental understanding of a subject. Harry, that's a completely new paradigm of protective magic. The implications for, I know. And after this is over, I'll publish the theory. All of it. But right now, I need to keep people alive." He distributed the ward stones throughout the day. Dumbledore took the Hogwarts stone and the one for the Longbottoms, promising to deliver it personally. Harry sent the Burrows stone to Arthur Weasley by Dobby, with a note explaining its function. Hermione's parents' stone went by the same method. Tonks's and Bones's were delivered through order channels. Each time he sent one out, he felt it activate at its destination, a faint, warm pulse in the back of his awareness, like a candle being lit in a distant room. By evening, 7 points of light burned steadily in his magical perception, 7 bubbles of absolute protection scattered across Britain. By the time darkness fell, Harry was satisfied. The people he loved were as safe as he could make them. Now it was time to rob a bank. Gringotts at night was a different beast than Gringotts by day. The white marble building sat at the end of Diagon Alley like a temple, its bronze doors closed, its pillars gleaming faintly in the moonlight. The goblin guards who stood outside during business hours were gone, replaced by wards, layer upon layer of detection, alarm, and defensive enchantments that turned the building into one of the most heavily protected structures in Wizarding Britain. Harry stood across the street, invisible, not under the cloak, but genuinely invisible, his magical signature suppressed to the point of non-existence, his physical presence wrapped in a light-bending field that rendered him undetectable to any known method of observation. He'd left Ron and Hermione at Hogwarts for this one. Not because he didn't trust them, but because what he was about to do required a kind of stealth that was impossible with passengers. He studied the wards. To his magical perception, they were visible as a complex, three-dimensional lattice of energy that encased the entire building, beautiful, in a way. Goblin wardcraft was genuinely impressive, centuries of paranoid engineering layered into an interlocking system of remarkable sophistication. But it was still wardcraft. Still based on the fundamental principle of barriers and detection. Still vulnerable to someone who understood that principle and could work around it. Harry walked across the street. The cobblestones made no sound under his feet. He reached the bronze doors and placed his palm flat against the surface. The metal was cold. The wards hummed against his hand, a complex chord of magical frequencies, each one a different detection protocol. Magical signature detection. Physical presence detection. Temporal anomaly detection. Intent detection. Weight, heat, movement, the goblins had covered everything. Harry listened to the chord. Then he stepped through the door. Not around it. Not under it. Through it. The technique was derived from the same principles as his modified apparition, the ability to move through solid matter by temporarily displacing his physical form into a parallel spatial frequency. It was, as Hermione would say, theoretically impossible. Harry did it anyway. The lobby of Gringotts was dark and empty. The long marble counter where the goblins sat during business hours stretched into the shadows. The chandeliers were unlit. The silence was total. Harry moved through the lobby and into the back corridors. He didn't need a cart, the carts were for people who had to navigate the physical tunnels. Harry could feel the Horcrux below him, deep underground, pulsing with its dark resonance. He simply moved toward it, passing through doors and walls and floors as if they were curtains. Down. Deep down. Past the upper vaults, past the middle vaults, past the subterranean lake where the dragon was chained. He paused when he felt the dragon, an old Ukrainian iron belly, half-blind and conditioned to expect pain. Its magical signature was enormous and deeply sad, a creature of fire and flight chained in darkness for decades. Harry felt a pulse of anger at the goblins for that. He'd come back for the dragon. Not tonight, tonight was about the cup. But he'd come back. The Lestrange vault was behind a door of black iron, warded with enough protective magic to stop an army. The Gemino and Flagranti curses on the contents were particularly nasty, anything touched would multiply and burn. Standard anti-theft measures for the deep vaults. Harry passed through the door. The vault opened before him, a vast cavern of treasure, gold coins heaped in drifts, armor and weapons lining the walls, jeweled goblets and enchanted artifacts covering every surface. And there, on a high shelf near the back, gleaming with a dark light that only he could see, Hufflepuff's cup. He reached for it with magic rather than touch, lifting the cup off its shelf and floating it to him without disturbing anything else. The Gemino curse didn't trigger, it was keyed to physical contact, and Harry's telekinetic grip wasn't physical. The cup settled into his hand. The Horcrux writhed inside it. Harry felt the familiar dark pulse, the rage, the fear, the broken fragment of Tom Riddle clinging to existence. He sat cross-legged on the floor of the Lestrange vault, surrounded by stolen treasure, and began the unraveling. This one was different from the others. The cup was old, older even than the locket, created earlier in Voldemort's career when his soul was less fragmented and his magic was at its peak. The Horcrux was more deeply embedded, more tightly woven into the object. The process took 20 minutes instead of 8, and by the end, Harry was perspiring lightly, the first time he'd broken a sweat doing magic in decades. When it was done, the cup sat in his hands, inert and clean. Just a cup. Beautiful craftsmanship, Helga Hufflepuff had been an exceptional magical artisan. Harry slipped it into his robes. He'd return it to Hogwarts, where it belonged. He left the vault the way he'd come, through the door, up through the levels, past the dragon. He paused, briefly, and laid a gentle calming enchantment on the creature that would ease its pain and distress for several weeks, not enough, but something, through the lobby, through the bronze doors, and out into the night. Diagon Alley was empty. The moon hung over the rooftops. Harry stood in the street and felt the night air on his face and thought, 4 down. 2 to go. The snake. And then Tom. He operated back to Hogwarts in a fold of displaced space that left no trace, no sound, no ripple. Ron and Hermione were waiting in the common room, because of course they were. It was past 2 in the morning and they were sitting by the fire, pretending to study, clearly having been watching the portrait hole for hours. Well? Ron said the second Harry climbed through. Harry took the cup from his robes and set it on the table between them. Hermione gasped. Ron stared. Is that, Hufflepuff's cup? No longer a Horcrux. I'll give it to Dumbledore in the morning. You broke into Gringotts, Ron said, in the tone of a man trying to comprehend the scope of what he was saying. You broke into Gringotts and robbed a vault and got out without anyone knowing. To be fair, I only took one thing, and it belonged to a woman currently in Azkaban for torturing people into insanity. I don't feel particularly guilty about it. Hermione picked up the cup with careful, reverent hands. The craftsmanship is incredible. The enchantments, even with the Horcrux removed, I can feel the original charms. Hufflepuff must have been remarkable. She was. The founders all were. We've lost so much magical knowledge since their time, the chamber library was proof of that. Entire disciplines, forgotten. And you remember them all. Every one. Hermione set the cup down and looked at him. The firelight played across her face, and Harry saw something in her expression that he hadn't seen before, not admiration, not awe, but a kind of fierce, protective determination. The look of a person who has decided, absolutely and irrevocably, that they will stand beside you no matter what comes. 2 left, she said. Nagini and the fight itself. When? Harry sat down by the fire and felt the warmth of it on his face, real warmth, real fire, real friends on either side of him. The weight of the night's work settled over him, not as exhaustion but as momentum. The board was nearly clear. Soon, he said. Voldemort felt those Horcruxes go. He knows something is happening, even if he doesn't understand what. He'll be gathering his forces, pulling his Death Eaters close, fortifying his position. And he'll be thinking about Nagini, she's his last Horcrux, and some part of him, conscious or not, will be trying to protect her. Harry stared into the fire. He'll move first. He has to. He's losing pieces and he doesn't know how or why, and a man like Tom Riddle doesn't sit still when he's losing control. He'll attack, something big, something designed to reassert dominance and draw me out. So we wait? Ron asked. We prepare. There's a difference. Harry turned to them. When he comes, and he's coming, probably within days, I need you both to trust me. What happens next is going to be fast and violent and frightening, and there will be moments where it looks like everything is falling apart. It won't be. I've planned for this. Every scenario, every contingency. But I need you to stay close and stay focused and trust that I know what I'm doing. Ron held out his hand. Harry took it. Always, mate, Ron said. Hermione put her hand on top of theirs. Always. The fire crackled. Outside, the autumn wind moved through the forbidden forest and the lake was dark and still and the castle hummed with its ancient magic. Somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort was afraid and didn't understand why, and his fear was turning to rage, and his rage was turning to action. The storm was coming. Harry sat with his friends by the fire and felt ready. Chapter 4, What a Century Forges 3 Days of Quiet. That was what Harry got. 3 days of something almost resembling normalcy, classes that continued without Umbridge. Professor Vector had been appointed interim defense teacher, which meant the students were at least learning something, meals in the Great Hall, evenings in the common room. 3 days of Hermione asking increasingly technical questions about temporal compression theory and Ron beating Harry at chess because a century of magical mastery apparently didn't help when your best friend had been a strategic genius since the age of 6. Check, Ron said on the second evening, sliding his queen into a position that Harry hadn't seen coming. Harry studied the board. Ron was right, the queen cut off every escape route, and the knight waiting 3 moves out would finish it. Harry tipped his king. I've beaten dragons and broken into Gringotts, Harry said, and I still can't beat you at chess. Ron grinned, the wide, uncomplicated grin that Harry had missed for 100 years and still wasn't tired of seeing. Different kind of intelligence, mate. You can unmake mountains. I can see the board. That's exactly why I need you. Ron's grin softened into something more serious. He knew Harry meant it, and not just about chess. The past few days had begun to bridge the gap between them, not the 100-year gap of experience, which might never fully close, but the emotional distance. Ron had stopped treating Harry like something fragile or alien and started treating him like Harry again, just Harry who happened to be absurdly powerful and occasionally said things that made him sound like Dumbledore's older brother. Hermione, for her part, had thrown herself into understanding the theoretical framework behind Harry's abilities with the fervor of someone who'd been told the entire field of magical theory was wrong and needed rewriting from scratch. Harry had given her a set of notes, basic principles of deep magic, translated into modern magical terminology, and she devoured them in a single night and come back with 47 questions, each more incisive than the last. This section on magical field interaction, she'd said, waving the notes at him over breakfast on the 3rd morning. If what you're saying is correct, if magic really is a fundamental field rather than an internal resource, then everything we know about magical exhaustion is wrong. Wizards don't run out of magic. They run out of the ability to channel it. Exactly. Which means the difference between a powerful wizard and a weak wizard isn't the amount of magic they possess, it's the bandwidth of their connection to the field. Yes. And bandwidth can be expanded through training, the same way a muscle grows stronger with use. Harry, this changes everything. Every assumption about magical ability, about squibs, about magical creatures, about the nature of enchantment, it all needs to be reconsidered. I know. And it will be. After. The word that hung over every conversation, every quiet moment, every game of chess and every theoretical discussion. After Voldemort. After the war. After the storm that they all knew was coming and couldn't predict the shape of. On the 3rd night, the storm arrived. Harry felt it before anyone else, because Harry felt everything now. He was in the common room, sitting by the fire while Ron dozed in the armchair opposite and Hermione read in the corner. It was just past 10. The castle was settling into its nighttime rhythms, students heading to bed, the torches dimming, the portraits yawning in their frames. The ward's stone pulsed. Not the one at Hogwarts, the one at the Burrow. A sharp, urgent spike in Harry's awareness, like a nerve being struck. Something hostile had touched the outer boundary of the ward. Then another pulse, Grimmauld Place. Then another, the Tonks residence. Harry was on his feet before the second pulse faded. Ron. Hermione. Now. The sharpness in his voice snapped Ron awake and brought Hermione's head up from her book. They saw his face and didn't ask questions, they moved, grabbing their wands, crossing to him. What's happening? Ron said, already tense, reading the room the way he read a chessboard. Multiple attacks. Simultaneous. The Burrow, Grimmauld Place, the Tonks house, all being probed at the same time. Harry's eyes were distant, his attention split between the room and the ward network he'd spread across Britain. The wards are holding. The attackers are caught in the redirectional loops, they don't even know they're not making progress. But the attacks are coordinated. This is Voldemort. He's making his move. Ron went white. My family, safe. The ward on the Burrow is impenetrable. Your mum, dad, Ginny, they're inside the boundary and nothing is getting through. But this is a distraction. Voldemort knows he can't get through conventional wards at Hogwarts, but he's trying to draw attention and resources away from the castle. Which means, the Hogwarts ward stone pulsed. Not the gentle hum of something being probed. A deep, resonant boom, like a war drum being struck. "He's coming here," Harry said. He moved. Through the common room, down the stairs, through the portrait hole, Ron and Hermione at his heels, matching his pace without being asked. The corridors of Hogwarts were still quiet, still peaceful, students unaware that the world outside was coming apart. "Ron, go to the staff room. Wake every professor you can find, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Vector. Tell them Hogwarts is about to be attacked and they need to start moving students to the interior of the castle. Lower floors, away from windows, away from the outer walls. I'm not leaving you, Ron." Harry stopped walking and gripped Ron's shoulder. "I need someone I trust coordinating the defense inside the castle. Not a professor, they'll panic, they'll argue about authority, they'll waste time. I need someone who can see the board and move the pieces. That's you. That's always been you." Ron's jaw worked. The fear was there, fear for his family, fear for Harry, fear of the unknown shape of what was coming. But underneath the fear was the steel that had always been there, the steel that had walked into a chamber full of giant chess pieces at 11 years old and played the game. "Go," Harry said. Ron went. His footsteps echoed down the corridor, fast and purposeful. "Hermione, with me. I need to get to the grounds." They ran. Down staircases, through corridors, past the entrance hall where the great oak doors stood closed against the night. Harry threw them open with a wave of his hand, not a spell, just intention, the doors recognizing the magical authority behind the gesture and obeying. The ground spread out before them under a sky full of stars. The forbidden forest was a dark mass to the left. The lake gleamed. The Quidditch pitch was a distant scaffold of shadow. And at the edges of the Hogwarts wards, visible to Harry as a shimmering dome of energy that arched over the entire grounds, figures were materializing. Death Eaters. Dozens of them. Operating to the ward boundary in groups of 3 and 4, their black robes and silver masks catching the starlight. They spread out along the perimeter, wands raised, and began casting. Not attacking, probing. Testing the wards for weaknesses. The same way they were probing the Burrow and Grimmauld Place. But this was the main force. Harry counted quickly, over 60 Death Eaters on the visible perimeter, with more arriving. Among them, larger shapes, giants, at least 3, their massive silhouettes moving through the tree line. And there, at the center of the force, standing motionless while his followers spread out around him, a tall, thin figure in black robes, his face pale as bone in the starlight. Voldemort. Harry felt him. The Dark Lord's magical signature was unmistakable, cold, vast, and utterly focused. He wasn't hiding. He wasn't skulking in the shadows or directing from the rear. He was here, at the front, because he was afraid and his fear demanded action and his pride demanded that the action be his own. Nagini was coiled around his shoulders. Harry could feel the last Horcrux, a dark, living pulse against Voldemort's cold signature, the snake's warmth wrapped around the wizard's ice. "He brought everything," Hermione breathed. She was standing beside Harry in the doorway, her wand drawn, her face pale but her eyes sharp. "That's most of his forces. All of them, I think. He's not holding anything in reserve. This is his play, overwhelming force, all at once, aimed at the heart of the resistance." Harry studied the deployment with the calm, analytical eye of a man who had spent decades gaming out exactly this scenario. He's desperate. For Horcrux is gone, Fudge removed, the Ministry turning against him, he's lost the Shadow War and he knows it. So he's going for a knockout blow. Take Hogwarts, kill me, reassert control through terror. Can the wards hold against that force? For about 20 minutes, with my enhancements. Without them, about 3. But I'm not planning to hide behind wards. Hermione turned to him. Harry, go inside. Find Ron. Help him with the evacuation. I'm not, Hermione. He looked at her, and she saw something in his eyes that stopped her mid-sentence. Not the boy she'd known for 5 years. Not even the century-old wizard she'd been getting to know over the past few days. Something deeper. Something that burned with a quiet, absolute certainty. I need to do this, he said. And I need to know you're safe while I do it. Safe, she repeated. You're about to walk out there alone against 60 Death Eaters, 3 giants, and Voldemort himself, and you want me to be safe. You and Ron and everyone in this castle are the reason I spent 100 years getting ready for tonight. If anything happens to you while I'm out there, none of this means anything. He reached out and cupped the side of her face with one hand, a gesture so gentle and so unexpected that it froze her in place. Please, Hermione. Her eyes were bright. She grabbed his wrist and held on for a moment, fierce, desperate, the grip of someone who was terrified and brave and knew that arguments were futile. Come back, she said. I will. She let go, turned, and ran into the castle. The doors swung shut behind her. Harry stood alone on the front steps of Hogwarts and looked out at the army assembling at his gates. He took a breath. Let it out. Then he walked down the steps, across the courtyard, and onto the open grounds. The night was cold and clear. Harry's footsteps crunched on the frost-stiffened grass as he walked toward the ward boundary. Behind him, lights were appearing in the castle windows, professors and prefects roused, students moving. The machinery of defense engaging. Ron and Hermione doing what they did best, organizing, coordinating, keeping people alive. Ahead, the Death Eaters saw him coming. A single figure, walking steadily across the grounds, no visible backup, no defensive formation. The probing stopped. The masked faces turned toward him. Even the giants paused, their dim eyes tracking his movement with the instinctive wariness of creatures that could feel magical power the way animals feel an earthquake before it hits. Harry reached the ward boundary and stopped. 60 feet of empty air separated him from the nearest Death Eater. Beyond the masks, he could feel their magical signatures, fear, excitement, bloodlust, the particular chemical high of violence about to happen. Some of them were eager. Most of them were terrified. They'd come because Voldemort demanded it, and refusing Voldemort was worse than anything they might face on the other side of these wards. Voldemort stepped forward. The Death Eaters parted for him like water for a blade. He looked exactly as Harry remembered from the graveyard, tall, skeletal, his face flat and white and barely human, his red eyes burning in the darkness. Nagini shifted on his shoulders, her massive coils rippling, her tongue tasting the cold air. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice carried across the distance, high, cold, clear as a struck bell. You have been busy. Tom. Harry said the name without emphasis, without provocation. Just a name. I was wondering when you'd come. Something flickered in Voldemort's red eyes, a ripple of the fear Harry had felt through their connection days ago, quickly suppressed. You've destroyed something of mine. Several somethings. I felt it. Like losing a tooth in the dark, you don't see it happen, but you feel the gap. So far. The diary was first, though that was a few years ago. Then the locket. The diadem. The ring. The cup. The words hit Voldemort like physical blows. Each one landed, and each one opened a wound. His face, already barely human, contorted into something horrible. The mask of control cracked, and beneath it was raw, animalistic terror, the terror of a creature that has built its entire existence around the avoidance of death and is watching its safeguards crumble one by one. You dare, the one in my scar, too. I removed that one 50 years ago. Internally. It was the most delicate work I've ever done. Voldemort's wand hand was trembling. The Death Eaters behind him were absolutely still, frozen by the spectacle of their lord, their invincible, all-powerful lord, visibly shaking. "There's only Nagini left," Harry said. "You know that. You can feel it. One anchor. One thread keeping you tethered to life. And you brought her here, to me, because you were afraid to let her out of your sight." Which means, Harry tilted his head, and for just a moment, something almost like pity crossed his face. "You've already lost, Tom. You lost the moment you walked onto these grounds." Voldemort screamed. Not a word, a sound. A raw, anguished howl of rage and terror that tore across the grounds and shattered the silence and sent birds erupting from the forbidden forest in a black, shrieking cloud. And with the scream came magic, a wave of killing force that blasted outward from Voldemort in every direction, dark and chaotic and powerful enough to crack the earth. The Death Eaters nearest to him were thrown backward. 2 of them didn't get up. The wave hit the Hogwarts wards and detonated against them in a shower of dark sparks. The wards held, barely. Harry felt the impact through the ward network, felt the enchantment strain and flex and absorb the blow. And then Voldemort was moving. His wand slashed the air and the wards screamed as concentrated curse fire struck them, not the unfocused rage of a moment ago, but precise, surgical attacks aimed at the structural points of the ward scheme. Voldemort was brilliant, and his brilliance reasserted itself even through his terror. He knew ward theory. He could see the stress points. The Death Eaters followed his lead. 60 wands raised, 60 streams of curse fire pouring into the wards. The giants lumbered forward and began striking the ward boundary with their fists, each blow sending shockwaves through the magical structure that Harry felt in his bones. The wards would hold for 20 minutes against this. Maybe less, with the giants. Harry didn't wait. He stepped through the ward boundary, not around it, not over it, but through it, the same way he'd walked through the bronze doors of Gringotts. One moment he was inside the wards. The next, he was standing on the other side, in the open space between the ward line and the attacking force, alone and exposed and radiating enough magical power to turn the frost on the grass to steam. Every Death Eater stopped casting. Every eye, masked and unmasked, fixed on him. Harry raised his right hand. He didn't speak. He didn't use his wand. He simply made a choice, a clear, absolute, century-refined expression of intention, and the magic responded. The ground between Harry and the Death Eaters erupted. Not with fire or stone or any visible force. The grass and earth simply moved, a wave of displacement that traveled outward from Harry's position at the speed of sound, picking up the front line of Death Eaters and hurling them backward like leaves in a gale. 20 wizards, some of the most dangerous dark magic practitioners in Britain, went airborne simultaneously. They crashed into the ranks behind them, into trees, into the ground. Wands went flying. Masks shattered. The organized formation dissolved into chaos in less than 2 seconds. The giants were harder. The wave hit them and they staggered but didn't fall, too massive, too magically resistant. The nearest one, a scarred brute easily 20 feet tall, regained its balance and swung a fist the size of a boulder at Harry's head. Harry caught it. Not physically, he was still 100 feet away. But the giant's fist stopped in midair, frozen by a telekinetic grip that held it as easily as a person holds a tennis ball. The giant roared and strained, muscles like bridge cables bulging under its gray skin, and Harry held it motionless with a fraction of his attention while the rest of his focus dealt with the 40 Death Eaters still on their feet. They were casting now, killing curses, cruciatus, blasting hexes, everything they had, pouring magic at Harry in a storm of green and red and white light. The air between them and Harry filled with spellfire so dense it looked like a fireworks display. None of it reached him. Harry wasn't shielding, not in the conventional sense. He'd moved past shields decades ago. What he was doing was more fundamental, he was manipulating the magical field in his immediate vicinity, creating a zone of altered magical physics where hostile spells simply unraveled. The killing curses hit the boundary of this zone and came apart, their component intentions dissipating into the ambient field like smoke in a strong wind. The Cruciatus dissolved. The blasting hexes flickered and went out. The Death Eaters kept casting. They had no other strategy, dark wizards trained for aggression, for overwhelming force, for the simple equation of more power equals victory. They didn't know how to fight someone who made their magic stop working. Harry let them exhaust themselves for 30 seconds. Then he moved. What happened next would be described in a dozen different ways by a dozen different witnesses, and none of the descriptions would be entirely adequate, because what Harry did in the next 4 minutes didn't fit into any existing framework for understanding magical combat. He didn't duel them. Dueling implied an exchange, spells cast and countered, an adversarial back and forth. This was something else. Harry moved through the Death Eater force like a scalpel through tissue, and every movement was precise, and every action had exactly the effect he intended. He disarmed a group of 7 with a gesture that ripped the wands from their hands and sent them spiraling into the darkness. He bound 3 more with conjured restraints that materialized around their wrists and ankles mid-step, dropping them to the ground before they could react. He caught a killing curse, caught it, plucked it out of the air with his bare hand, the green light guttering between his fingers like a trapped firefly, and crushed it. The Death Eater who'd cast it stared at his empty hand and then at Harry and then turned and ran. Others ran too. The back ranks, the ones who'd been furthest from the initial impact, who'd had a few extra seconds to process what they were seeing, they broke. They turned an apparat away or simply fled into the forest, and Harry let them go because they were no longer relevant and because killing people who were running away was something Voldemort did, not Harry Potter. The giants were dealt with efficiently. Harry released the one he'd been holding, let its fist go, and then applied pressure to a specific point in the magical field around each giant's body. Not pain. Not force. A targeted disruption of the nervous system that dropped all 3 giants into unconsciousness in the space of a heartbeat. They crashed to the ground like felled trees, the impact shaking the earth for 100 yards. In 4 minutes, the attacking force was scattered, unconscious, bound, or fled. Wands littered the ground like scattered sticks. Groaning figures lay in the grass. The organized, terrifying army that had materialized at the gates of Hogwarts 10 minutes ago was wreckage. Only 2 figures remained standing. Harry and Voldemort. They faced each other across the churned, spell-scorched ground. Nagini hissed on Voldemort's shoulders, her massive body tense, her eyes fixed on Harry with the mindless aggression of a creature defending its master. Voldemort's face was a mask of fury and disbelief. He'd watched his entire force dismantled in minutes by a single wizard, a boy, a 15-year-old boy, and everything he understood about power and magic and the natural order of the world was screaming that this was impossible. "What are you?" Voldemort's voice was a whisper. Not the theatrical whisper he used for effect, a real one. The whisper of a man confronting something that terrified him. "I'm the boy from the prophecy," Harry said. "But I'm also a lot more than that now. No one can do what you just, the killing curse, you cannot catch, I can. I did. And we both know that the question you're really asking isn't what I can do. It's whether you can survive this." And the answer, Harry took a step closer. "The answer is that I don't want to kill you, Tom." Voldemort's red eyes widened. "I've had 100 years to think about you," Harry said. 100 years to understand what you are and why you became it. And what I understand is this: you're brilliant. You might be the most naturally gifted wizard born in the last 5 centuries. And you were a child, an orphan, a half-blood, alone and afraid in a world that didn't want you, and no one, not once, reached out to help you become something other than what you became. Do not presume to, I'm not presuming. I'm stating facts. You were failed, Tom. By everyone. By the orphanage that treated you like a problem. By Dumbledore, who saw what you were becoming and chose observation over intervention. By a wizarding society that worshipped blood purity while treating a half-blood orphan as something to be feared rather than helped. Voldemort's wand hand was shaking. Not with rage now, with something else. Something that lived beneath the rage, in the place where Tom Riddle still existed, buried under decades of murder and self-mutilation and the desperate, consuming terror of death. None of that excuses what you've done, Harry continued. The murders. The torture. The calculated destruction of everything that threatened your illusion of invincibility. You chose this path, and the choosing was yours. But I want you to know that I see the boy who made that choice, and I understand why he made it, and I'm sorry that no one gave him a better option. I don't want your pity. The words tore out of Voldemort like something physical, raw, ragged, stripped of all pretense. It's not pity. It's understanding. There's a difference. Harry was close now, 30 feet away, close enough to see the inhuman details of Voldemort's face, the slit nostrils, the lipless mouth, the red eyes that had once been dark and handsome and full of a young man's hunger for the world. I'm giving you a choice, Tom. The only real choice you've had in a very long time. You think you can offer me, stop. Right now. Stop all of it. Drop your wand. Release the snake. Let me destroy the last Horcrux, let the last piece of your torn soul dissolve peacefully instead of being ripped apart by violence. And then face what you've done. Not death, justice. A trial. Accountability. The thing you've been running from your entire life. The silence that followed was enormous. The night held its breath. The stars burned overhead, cold and ancient and indifferent to the drama unfolding beneath them. Voldemort looked at Harry. And for one moment, one single, trembling moment, something shifted behind the red eyes. Something human. Something that remembered being 11 years old and hearing for the first time that magic was real and that he was special and that there was a place in the world for someone like him. The moment passed. No, Voldemort said. And the word was quiet and final and carried with it the weight of every choice he had ever made and every choice he refused to make now. He raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. The green light blazed toward Harry, and Harry didn't catch this one. He didn't need to. He simply wasn't where the curse arrived. He moved, not apparition, not dodging, something faster than either, a displacement that put him 5 feet to the left in the time between heartbeats. Voldemort fired again. And again. And again. Each curse faster, more desperate, the spells coming in a torrent now as Voldemort abandoned strategy and gave himself over to raw, panicked aggression. Killing curses, cruciatus, curses Harry didn't recognize, dark magic so old and so forbidden that the air itself seemed to recoil from it. Harry moved through the storm. He didn't attack. Not yet. He let Voldemort spend himself, let the fury and the terror pour out in an avalanche of spell fire that churned the ground and set trees ablaze and turned the night into a hellscape of green light and shadow. And while Voldemort raged, Harry reached out with his magic, not toward Voldemort, but toward Nagini. The snake felt him. She hissed and writhed on Voldemort's shoulders, her scales rippling, her body coiling tighter around her master's neck. Harry's touch was gentle, not an attack, not a probe, but a request. He spoke to her in Parseltongue, not aloud but mind to mind, in the language of serpents that he'd kept even after the Horcrux was removed, because Parseltongue had become part of his own magic during the century it had lived in him. Let go, he said. He cannot protect you. He cannot protect himself. Let go, and I will make this painless. Nagini's response was not words, she was a snake, not a philosopher. But the impression was clear, loyalty, attachment, the simple animal bond of a creature that had been with its master for years and would not abandon him. Harry felt a pang of genuine sadness for her. She was a victim in her own way, an animal turned into a vessel for dark magic, her natural life twisted into something monstrous by a wizard who saw everything, even living creatures, as tools. He couldn't wait any longer. Voldemort's curse fire was becoming wilder, more erratic, he was destroying the landscape now, blasting craters in the earth, igniting the very air. If Harry let this continue, the collateral damage would reach the castle. Harry stopped moving. He planted his feet on the scorched earth and raised both hands and pushed. The magical field around Voldemort compressed. Not a spell, something more fundamental. Harry shaped the ambient magic into a sphere of absolute containment, closing around Voldemort like a fist. Voldemort's curses hit the inner wall of the sphere and ricocheted, bouncing off the containment field and dissipating harmlessly. He was trapped, not by chains or walls but by a prison made of the fabric of reality itself, bent and shaped by a will that surpassed his own by an order of magnitude he couldn't comprehend. Voldemort hurled himself against the containment. His magic blazed, dark and furious, hammering at the sphere with everything he had. It held. He could have thrown everything short of a nuclear detonation at it and it would have held. Harry had designed this technique to contain magical energy on a scale that dwarfed anything a single wizard could produce. Inside the sphere, Voldemort raged. His curses flew wild, striking the inner surface and reflecting back, forcing him to dodge his own reflected attacks. Nagini writhed and hissed, her massive body thrashing. Harry reached for the snake one more time. This time, he didn't ask. He took. With the precision he developed over 50 years of soul magic practice, he reached into Nagini and found the Horcrux, the dark, embedded fragment of Tom Riddle's soul, woven into the snake's life force like a parasite, and began to unravel it. Nagini screamed. Not a hiss, a scream, high and terrible, the sound of a living creature having something torn from its essence. Harry worked as fast as he could, trying to minimize the pain, but the Horcrux was deeply embedded in the snake's biology in a way it hadn't been with the inanimate objects. Removing it was like performing surgery on a beating heart. Voldemort felt it. His red eyes went wide, wider than Harry had ever seen them, and a sound came from his lipless mouth that was barely human. A wail. The sound of a man feeling his last anchor to immortality being severed. No. No, you cannot. Harry unraveled the final thread. The Horcrux dissolved. The soul fragment dispersed into the ambient field, the last piece of Voldemort's mutilated soul, gone. Nagini collapsed on Voldemort's shoulders, alive but unconscious. Harry had been careful, separating the Horcrux from the snake's own life force without killing her. Voldemort staggered. He clutched at his chest, at his throat, his red eyes wild and unfocused. The connection was severed. Every anchor was gone. For the first time in over 50 years, Tom Riddle was mortal. He could feel it. Harry could see it on his face, the sudden, devastating awareness of his own vulnerability. The thing he had spent his entire life trying to escape had caught up with him at last. He was going to die. Not today, perhaps, not this moment, but someday. The abyss he'd been running from since childhood was open at his feet, and there was nothing left to hold him back from the edge. Harry released the containment sphere. The walls of compressed magic dissolved. Voldemort stood in the open air, his robes torn, his face ashen, his wand hanging loose at his side. Around them, the grounds of Hogwarts were ruined, scorched earth, fallen trees, craters where curses had struck. The bodies of unconscious Death Eaters littered the landscape like fallen leaves. "It's over, Tom," Harry said. His voice was quiet. Almost gentle. "Every Horcrux is gone. You're mortal. And you're standing on the grounds of a school full of children, and you've just led an army against it, and there is nothing left for you to win." Voldemort raised his head. His red eyes found Harry's, and in them was something that Harry had seen only once before, in the mirror of the time chamber, at year 10, when the loneliness had nearly broken him. It was the look of a person staring into the absolute bottom of themselves and finding nothing there. "I offered you a choice," Harry said. "The offer still stands. You can stop. Right now. You can face justice. You can spend the rest of your mortal life, however long that is, answering for what you've done. It's not mercy, Tom. Its consequence. The thing you should have faced a long time ago. Voldemort's hand tightened on his wand. Or, Harry said, and his voice didn't change, you can raise that wand one more time. And I will end this. The night was very quiet. The stars were very bright. Voldemort raised his wand. Harry felt no anger. No satisfaction. No triumph. He felt the weight of what was about to happen, and he felt the sadness of it, the deep, ancient sadness of watching someone choose destruction when salvation was within reach. He'd seen that choice play out in the memories of the soul fragments he'd unraveled. He'd seen the boy in the orphanage, the student at Hogwarts, the young man who could have been anything and chose to be a monster. And he'd spent a century understanding that some choices, once made, could not be unmade by anyone but the person who made them. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort screamed, and the green light blazed from his wand one final time. Harry raised his hand. Not a wand, just his hand, open, palm forward. The killing curse struck his palm and stopped. Not dissipated. Not deflected. Stopped. The green light pooled in his hand like water in a cup, bright and deadly and held in place by a will so absolute that the curse itself seemed confused, unsure of how to proceed when its fundamental purpose, to kill, was being simply, calmly denied. Harry looked at the green light in his hand. The same curse that had killed his parents. The same light that had haunted his dreams since he was old enough to dream. He'd spent 100 years getting strong enough to hold death itself in his palm and choose what to do with it. He closed his hand. The light went out. And then Harry struck. A single pulse of magic, not a spell, not a curse, not anything that had a name or an incantation. Pure magical force, shaped by a century of understanding and focused into a beam of white light that crossed the distance between them faster than thought. It struck Voldemort in the center of his chest, and the Dark Lord went rigid. It wasn't a killing blow. Harry had designed it with the precision of a surgeon, a targeted disruption of Voldemort's magical core, severing his connection to the magical field the way you might sever a nerve. The effect was immediate and total. Voldemort's magic, the vast, dark, terrible power that had made him the most feared wizard in the world, winked out like a candle flame in a hurricane. Voldemort gasped. His wand fell from his fingers and clattered on the scorched earth. He clutched his chest, his face contorting, not in pain, but in the shock of absolute loss. His magic was gone. Not suppressed. Not blocked. Gone. The connection to the magical field that had been the foundation of his identity, his power, his very sense of self since he was 11 years old, severed. He dropped to his knees. Harry stood over him. The white light faded from his hand. The night was quiet again. In the distance, the lights of Hogwarts Castle burned against the darkness, warm and steady. I told you, Harry said. I didn't want to kill you. Voldemort looked up at him. And for the first time, the very first time, Harry saw Tom Riddle's face without the mask. Without the power, without the terror, without the desperate, hungry need to be more than human. Just a man. Old, broken, mortal, kneeling in the dirt. What have you done to me? The voice was barely a whisper. Stripped of magic, it sounded thin. Human. I've taken the thing you used to hurt people. You'll live. You'll stand trial. You'll answer for every death. And you'll do it as a Muggle. The word hit Voldemort like a blow. He flinched, a full-body recoil, as if Harry had struck him. And in that flinch, Harry saw the deepest truth of Tom Riddle laid bare, the boy who had grown up powerless and afraid and who had built his entire existence around the promise that he would never be powerless again. The boy for whom magic was not a gift but a lifeline, the one thing that separated him from the helpless, ordinary, mortal child he'd been. And Harry had taken it from him. There was a cruelty in it. Harry knew that. He'd spent years in the chamber debating with himself about this exact moment, whether stripping a wizard of their magic was worse than killing them, whether the punishment fit the crime, whether there was any justice in reducing the most powerful dark wizard in history to the thing he feared most. He'd concluded, in the end, that it was not his job to deliver perfect justice. It was his job to end the threat. Voldemort alive and powerless was safer than Voldemort dead and potentially anchored to the world through some contingency Harry hadn't anticipated. And Voldemort alive could face a trial. Could answer to the families of his victims. Could sit in a cell and confront, for the first time in his existence, the full weight of what he had done without the armor of power to hide behind. It wasn't mercy. It wasn't cruelty. It was consequence. Harry raised his hand and conjured bindings, simple, elegant, unbreakable, around Voldemort's wrists. Then he turned to the castle and sent a pulse of magic into the night sky, a signal, visible for miles, a burst of white light that said it's over. They came running. Dumbledore first, moving faster than a man his age should be able to move, his silver beard streaming behind him, his wand drawn. Then McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, the professors, emerging from the castle in a rush, their faces taut with fear and determination. Then the Aurors, a team that Bones must have had on standby, operating in waves to the grounds, their red robes vivid against the darkness. And then Ron and Hermione, bursting from the castle doors side by side, running flat out across the grounds. Ron reached Harry first. He skidded to a halt, breathing hard, his eyes wild as they swept the devastation, the craters, the fallen Death Eaters, the unconscious giants, and there, kneeling in the dirt, bound and diminished, the creature that had terrorized the wizarding world for a generation. Bloody hell, Ron said. Hermione arrived a second later, nearly colliding with Harry. She grabbed his arm, checking him for injuries, he realized, her hands running over his shoulders, his chest, his face. "I'm fine," Harry said. "Not a scratch." "Not a, Harry, the grounds look like a war zone, the grounds took a beating." "I didn't." She stared at him, breathing hard, her hair wild, her eyes bright. Then she threw her arms around him for the second time in a week, and he caught her and held on and felt Ron's hand grip his shoulder, and the three of them stood there in the wreckage while the world caught up. Dumbledore approached. His eyes swept the scene, the bound Voldemort, the scattered Death Eaters, the unconscious giants, the single untouched figure of Harry standing amidst it all, and something in his expression shifted. Not surprise. He'd known, intellectually, what Harry was capable of. But knowing and seeing were different things. "Harry," Dumbledore said. His voice was rough. "He's alive," Harry said, nodding toward Voldemort. "Bound and disarmed. His magic is gone, I severed his connection to the magical field. Permanently. He can't cast so much as a Lumos." Dumbledore's eyes widened. "You removed his magic." "I removed his ability to access it. The technique is, not something anyone else could replicate. It requires an understanding of magical field interaction that," he shook his head. "It doesn't matter. What matters is that he's alive, he's mortal, he's powerless, and he can stand trial." "And the Horcruxes?" "All destroyed. Including Nagini, the snake is alive, by the way. I separated the Horcrux from her life force without killing her. She's unconscious near the tree line." Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. Then his eyes crinkled, and something that might have been pride, or wonder, crossed his ancient face. "You remarkable young man," he said quietly. "I'm 115, Albus. I haven't been young in a long time." The Aurors took charge of Voldemort. Harry watched them levitate the bound, silent figure, no longer Lord Voldemort, not really, just Tom Riddle, mortal and broken and smaller than anyone had imagined, and felt the weight of the moment settle over him. It was done. After a century of preparation, after 100 years of solitude and study and the slow, grinding work of becoming what the world needed him to be, it was done. He should have felt triumph. He didn't. He felt tired. Not physically, his body was fine, his magical reserves barely touched. Tired in the way that a person who has carried something very heavy for a very long time feels when they finally set it down. The muscles remember the weight even after it's gone. Ron was talking to him. Something about the burrow, the ward had held, the family was safe. Ginny had apparently threatened to hex anyone who tried to stop her from coming to Hogwarts to help. Hermione was talking about the Death Eaters. The Aurors were rounding up the ones who hadn't fled, Malfoy Sr. among them. The Ministry was already mobilizing. Harry heard them. He nodded in the right places. But part of him was somewhere else, standing on a vast, empty plain under an artificial sun, alone, staring at the arch that had been his doorway back to the world. Remembering the silence. Remembering the loneliness. Remembering the century of work that had led to this single night. A hand found his. Small, warm, insistent. He looked down. Hermione. Her fingers interlaced with his, gripping tightly. "Hey," she said. "Stay here. Stay with us." Harry blinked. The plane faded. The silence retreated. He was on the grounds of Hogwarts, and the air smelled like scorched earth and pine trees and cold night wind, and his best friends were on either side of him, and it was over. "I'm here," he said. And meant it. The castle blazed with light above them. Students were pressed against every window, watching. Some were cheering, faintly, through the glass, the sound carried across the grounds like distant music. Others were crying. Professor Flitwick was doing both simultaneously, tears streaming down his face while he cast stabilizing charms on the damaged wards with one hand and pumped his fist in the air with the other. Hagrid burst from the tree line, enormous and disheveled, his crossbow in one hand and a lantern in the other. He took one look at the scene, Harry standing, Voldemort gone, Death Eaters in custody, and his face crumpled. "Harry," Hagrid said, and his voice broke, and then he was there, and Harry was being lifted off the ground in a hug that could have crushed a lesser person, and Hagrid was sobbing into his shoulder, and Harry hugged him back with the strength of a wizard who could hold back a killing curse with his bare hand, and the absurdity of it, the giant man weeping and the impossible boy holding him, was so perfectly, wonderfully human that Ron started laughing. Then Hermione started laughing. Then Harry started laughing. And Hagrid was still crying and now laughing too, and the five of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Hagrid, and Dumbledore, who was standing a few feet away with tears on his cheeks and a smile on his face, stood in the ruins of a battle that had lasted less than 15 minutes and laughed and cried and held each other while the stars turned overhead and the night grew old and the world, quietly, began to change. Sirius arrived at Hogwarts at 3 a.m. He came through the flue in Dumbledore's office, stumbling out of the fireplace with his wand drawn and his eyes wild, still wearing the clothes he'd been sleeping in, old pajama bottoms and a black family t-shirt that he'd probably kept out of irony. His hair was a tangled mess. He looked half mad with worry. "Where is he?" Sirius demanded, addressing Dumbledore, who was sitting behind his desk, calm and exhausted. "Where's Harry?" "I felt, something happened. The wards at Grimmauld Place went mad and then there was a message in my head and then the flue was blocked for hours and, I'm here." Harry stepped out of the shadows by the window. He'd been standing there, watching the grounds, waiting. He'd known Sirius would come as soon as the flue reopened. He'd been counting the minutes. Sirius turned. His eyes locked on Harry's face. And whatever he'd been expecting, a scared teenager, a wounded boy, the godson he'd been worrying about for months, what he saw stopped him dead. Harry watched it happen. The recognition, the confusion, the instinctive recoil from something unfamiliar in a familiar face. Sirius was looking at Harry's eyes, the same green eyes, Lily's eyes, and seeing something behind them that hadn't been there before. Depth. Weight. The quiet, heavy patience of someone who has been alive for a very long time. "Harry?" Sirius said. Uncertain. Almost afraid. Harry crossed the room and pulled his godfather into a hug. Sirius stiffened, startled, And then his arms came up and he held on with a desperation that said everything about the past few months. The isolation. The helplessness. The constant, gnawing fear that Harry was in danger and Sirius could do nothing about it. "It's me," Harry said into Sirius's shoulder. "It's still me. I just have a lot to tell you." They talked for 2 hours. Harry told Sirius everything: the chamber, the century, the training, the Horcruxes, the battle. Sirius listened with a stillness that Harry hadn't known he possessed. No interruptions, no outbursts, no reckless declarations of intent. Just listening, his gray eyes fixed on Harry's face, absorbing. When Harry finished, Sirius was quiet for a long time. 100 years, he said finally. "Yes. Alone." "Yes." Sirius's jaw tightened. Something moved behind his eyes, the fierce, protective fury of a man who considered Harry his own and was processing the fact that his godson had suffered something enormous and he hadn't been there. "I should have been there," Sirius said, his voice rough. "You couldn't have been. No one could have. The chamber was meant for one. I should have been there before. I should have, if you'd had someone, if you hadn't felt so alone that walking into a bloody time prison seemed like a good idea, Sirius." Harry took his godfather's hands. "Listen to me. What happened in that chamber gave me the power to end Voldemort tonight. It gave me the knowledge to destroy his Horcruxes and protect the people I love and dismantle a corrupt government and change the course of a war. Would I have chosen it if I'd been happier? Maybe not. But I'm not sorry it happened. I'm here. Voldemort's finished. And you're free. Free. Pettigrew was captured with the Death Eaters tonight. Alive. The Aurors have him. Amelia Bones has already ordered a hearing. Your name will be cleared within the week." Sirius stared at him. Then his face did something that Harry had never seen before: it crumbled. Not the dramatic, Azkaban-haunted collapse of a man reliving his worst memories. Something gentler. Something like a wall coming down, brick by brick, revealing the person who'd been trapped behind it for 14 years. Sirius Black put his face in his hands and wept. Harry sat beside him and said nothing and held his hand and waited, the way you wait for a storm to pass, not trying to stop it, not rushing it, just being there, steady and present and real. When the storm passed, Sirius looked up with red eyes and a shaking smile and said, "You know, James would have lost his mind. His son breaking into Gringotts, taking on Voldemort, walking into the ministry and making fudge with himself, he'd have been insufferable. He'd have told everyone." Harry laughed. It felt real. It felt warm. "Tell me about him." And Sirius did. He talked about James Potter for an hour, stories Harry had never heard, stupid stories, wonderful stories, stories about a young man who was arrogant and kind and brave and foolish and who loved his friends with a recklessness that bordered on insanity. And Harry listened, and laughed, and asked questions, and for that hour, in Dumbledore's quiet office with the silver instruments whirring softly and the phoenix dozing on his perch, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in 100 years. He felt like someone's son. Dawn again. Harry stood on the front steps of the castle and watched the sun rise over the forbidden forest. The grounds were still damaged, the craters, the scorched earth, the toppled trees. But the lake was gold in the early light, and the sky was clear, and somewhere in the castle behind him, people were waking up in a world where Voldemort was gone. Not dead. Gone. Stripped of power, bound in chains, awaiting trial. The war was over before it had truly begun. Ron found him there. Came and stood beside him without speaking, looking out at the same view, hands in his pockets. They stood like that for a while, two friends, side by side, watching the world wake up. "Mum sent another owl," Ron said eventually. "She wants you at the Burrow for dinner this weekend. She said, and I quote, 'That boy has not been eating properly and I don't care if he can duel you-know-who with his eyes closed, he needs a roast.'" Harry smiled. The kind of smile that starts slow and doesn't stop, spreading through his chest, warming him from the inside out, reaching places that a century of solitude had left cold. "Tell her I'll be there," Harry said. The sun climbed higher. The castle stirred behind them. And Harry Potter stood in the light and let the morning come. Chapter 5, The Man Who Lived. The trial of Tom Marvolo Riddle began on the 1st of November, and the wizarding world held its breath. Harry didn't attend the first day. He watched the coverage in the Daily Prophet from the Gryffindor common room, sitting in his usual chair by the fire while rain streaked the windows and the castle settled into the strange, suspended calm that had followed Voldemort's defeat. The Prophet had abandoned all pretense of editorial restraint. The front page was a full photograph of Riddle in the defendant's chair, thin and diminished and utterly human without his magic, his eyes flat and dark in a face that was already beginning to change. Without the sustained dark magic that had warped his features into something serpentine, his body was slowly reverting. The nose was filling in. The skin was gaining color. He was starting to look like what he was, a man in his late 60s, gaunt and ordinary. "Dark Lord faces justice," the headline screamed. Beneath it, a smaller line, "Potter declines to testify on opening day." "They're annoyed you're not there," Hermione observed, reading over his shoulder. "They'll get over it. Bones has enough evidence to fill 100 hearings. She doesn't need me sitting in the gallery so the Prophet can take photographs. But you'll go eventually. When they call me to testify. Not before." Harry folded the newspaper and set it aside. "This trial needs to be about what he did, not about what I can do. The moment I walk into that courtroom, the story becomes Harry Potter versus Voldemort instead of the wizarding world holding a war criminal accountable. And that's exactly the wrong narrative." Hermione sat down across from him, tucking her legs beneath her. She'd been different since the battle, quieter in some ways, more intense in others. She was processing what she'd witnessed, Harry knew. Not the violence itself, she'd seen violence before, had been petrified and cursed and fought alongside Harry since they were 12. What she was processing was the scale of what Harry had done. The casual enormity of it. 60 Death Eaters, 3 giants, and the darkest wizard in history, dismantled in minutes by a single person. "Can I ask you something?" she said. "Always. When you stripped Voldemort's magic, when you severed his connection to the field, did you know you could do that before you did it?" "I'd theorized it. Developed the technique in the chamber around year 70. Never tested it on a living wizard, for obvious reasons. So there was a chance it wouldn't work. A small chance. Maybe 3%. And if it hadn't?" Harry met her eyes. "Then I would have killed him. I didn't want to. I gave him every chance not to force that outcome. But if the severance hadn't worked and he'd kept fighting," he paused. "People I loved were in that castle, Hermione. If it came down to his life or theirs, it was never a question." She nodded slowly. Not in agreement, in understanding. The distinction mattered. "I'm glad it worked," she said. "So am I." Ron appeared from the dormitory staircase, still pulling on his sweater, his hair standing up on one side. He took one look at Harry and Hermione's serious faces and groaned. "You're having a deep conversation without me again, aren't you?" "We were discussing the philosophical implications of stripping a Dark Lord of his magic," Hermione said. "See, that's exactly what I mean. You could at least wait until after breakfast." He dropped onto the couch and stretched out with his feet hanging over the arm. "Mum's written again, by the way. She wants to know if you're coming Saturday, Harry. She's been planning the menu since Tuesday. I think she's making 3 puddings. 3. She's overcompensating. You saved her family from Death Eaters, you've got to understand, in Mum's world, the appropriate response to that is aggressive feeding." Harry felt the warmth again. It came more easily now, the warmth of being wanted, of being included, of belonging to a family that had chosen him long before he'd earned it. The Weasleys had loved him when he was a scrawny 11-year-old with broken glasses and no understanding of the wizarding world. They loved him now. The fact that he'd become something extraordinary in between didn't change the fundamental equation. "I'll be there," Harry said. "Good. And just so you know, Ginny's going to interrogate you. She's been making a list of questions since the battle. I saw it. It's 3 feet of parchment. I can handle Ginny." That's what everyone thinks, and then they end up cornered by the chicken coop explaining themselves. The morning passed easily. Classes had resumed, a decision McGonagall had made firmly, on the grounds that education didn't stop for upheaval and that the students needed routine more than they needed time to gossip. Harry attended his classes, because there was something grounding about the rhythm of it, moving through corridors, sitting in classrooms, the familiar architecture of a school day. He didn't need the instruction. He hadn't needed the instruction since before most of his professors had been born. But he sat in charms and practiced with the rest of the 5th years and let Flitwick correct his wand movement on a silencing charm he could have cast in his sleep, because it made Flitwick happy and because there was a kind of peace in being just another student. Snape was gone. His absence from the potions classroom was conspicuous. A substitute had been brought in, a nervous young witch named Professor Clearwater who startled every time a cauldron bubbled too loudly. The students speculated wildly about where Snape had gone. Most theories involved disgrace, or death, or some combination of both. Harry said nothing. Snape's story was Snape's to tell, when and if he chose. But Harry had visited him, the morning after the battle. Snape was staying at a safe house in the Scottish Highlands, a stone cottage on a windswept moor, austere and isolated in a way that suited its occupant perfectly. Harry had operated there at dawn, landing on the doorstep with the grey morning light behind him. Snape had opened the door in his shirt-sleeves. Without the billowing black robes and the dungeon gloom, he looked startlingly different, thinner, older, more human. His dark eyes registered Harry's presence with a flicker of something that wasn't quite surprise. "Potter." "Professor." "I'm not your professor anymore. Dumbledore made that quite clear when he extracted me. Force of habit. Can I come in?" The cottage was spare, a table, 2 chairs, a bookshelf, a fire. Snape didn't offer tea. He sat in one chair and gestured to the other with a flick of his fingers, and Harry sat, and they regarded each other across the narrow table. "It's done," Harry said. "So I've heard." The Dark Lord, defeated by a child who apparently spent a century in a hole in the ground learning to be insufferable. The familiar acid, but the edge was dulled. Something had shifted in Snape. The defeat of Voldemort had severed the chain that had bound him for 14 years, the spy's chain, the penitent's chain, the endless, grinding obligation of a man atoning for a sin he could never quite forgive himself for. "The trial starts next week," Harry said. "They'll want your testimony." "Not immediately. Bones is building the case methodically, starting with the Death Eaters who were captured at Hogwarts. But eventually, they'll need someone who was inside the circle. Someone who can describe the organization, the operations, the command structure." Snape's face tightened. "You want me to testify?" "I want you to have the choice. Dumbledore never gave you choices, he gave you missions disguised as choices. I'm giving you an actual one. You can testify and let the world know what you did and why. Or you can stay here, in this cottage, and live quietly, and never explain yourself to anyone. Either way, the trial proceeds. And if I testify? The world discovers that Severus Snape, reviled potions master, was Dumbledore's spy all along. That I spent 14 years pretending to serve the Dark Lord while reporting to a man I sometimes hated more than the monster I was spying on. Something flickered behind his eyes. You think that earns me redemption? I think redemption isn't earned by a single act. It's earned by a lifetime of acts, and you've already put in the work. What testimony gives you isn't redemption, it's recognition. The chance to stop hiding. To let people see who you actually are. Snape was quiet for a long time. The fire crackled. Wind buffeted the cottage, and the stone walls creaked. She would have wanted me to, Snape said, and Harry didn't need to ask who she was. Yes. She would have. Another silence. Then Snape stood, crossed to the bookshelf, and pulled down a small, leather-bound volume. He held it for a moment, his long fingers tracing the spine, and then set it on the table between them. Your mother's, he said. Her personal potions journal, from our 6th year. She gave it to me before everything. His jaw worked. I've kept it for 20 years. It should be yours. Harry looked at the journal. The leather was worn soft with age, and faint traces of Lily Evans's magic still clung to it, warm, bright, alive in a way that made Harry's chest ache. He picked it up carefully and opened it to the first page. His mother's handwriting, round, neat, energetic, filling every inch of available space with notes and observations and small, precise diagrams. Thank you, Harry said. The words were inadequate and he knew it, but Snape, who had spent a lifetime distrusting words, seemed to hear what was behind them. Get out of my cottage, Potter, Snape said. Harry went. At the door, he paused and looked back. Snape was standing by the fire, his face in profile, the light catching the sharp angles of his features. He looked tired and unburdened and, for the first time in Harry's experience, something approaching peaceful. You'll be all right, Harry said. Not a question. Snape didn't answer. But the corner of his mouth twitched, just barely, just enough, and Harry left the cottage and operated back to Hogwarts with his mother's journal in his hands and a feeling in his chest that was complicated and bittersweet and, underneath it all, good. Saturday came, and Harry went to the Burrow. He operated to the front gate, the normal way this time, through the conventional spatial channels, because arriving at the Weasleys' doorstep via impossible magic felt like wearing a three-piece suit to a picnic. He wanted to be just Harry here. As much as that was possible. The Burrow rose before him in all its improbable glory, crooked, leaning, held together by magic and stubbornness, every added room and extended floor a testament to a family that kept growing and refused to stop making space. Chickens scattered as he opened the gate. The ghoul in the attic banged on the pipes. The garden was a mess of overgrown vegetables and unidentifiable plants, and the whole place radiated a warmth that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with love. The door burst open and Molly Weasley engulfed him. He'd been bracing for it, he'd spent 100 years without human contact and the past week reacclimatizing, but Molly's hugs existed in a category beyond preparation. She was shorter than him now, had to reach up, and the force of her embrace would have impressed a boa constrictor. She smelled like flower and lavender and home. Harry, dear, oh, look at you, you're too thin, you're always too thin, come in, dinner's nearly ready, Mrs. Weasley, Molly, dear, how many times, Molly? I'm fine. Really? Better than fine. She pulled back and held him at arm's length, her hands on his shoulders, her eyes searching his face with a mother's ferocious attention to detail. She saw what everyone saw, the same face, the absent glasses, the different bearing, the something in his eyes that was older and deeper and calmer than it had any right to be. And unlike most people, Molly Weasley didn't flinch from it. She looked at it and she understood it, not the specifics, not the century of training or the magical theory, but the essential truth underneath. Her boy had suffered, and he had come through, and he was here, and that was enough. Well, she said, her voice thick. You'd better come in and eat before Arthur talks your ear off about Muggle things. The kitchen was chaos. Arthur Weasley was at the table with a disassembled Muggle alarm clock spread out in front of him, examining the components with a jeweler's loupe. Fred and George were in the corner doing something that involved a lot of sparks and whispered calculations. Prototype development never stopped for the twins, regardless of context. Ginny was setting the table with aggressive efficiency, each plate landing with a pointed clatter that suggested she was impatient for dinner to be over so the interrogation could begin. Ron was already there, eating a roll he'd stolen from the basket, and Hermione was beside him. She'd been invited too, because at some point during the past week, Molly had apparently decided that Hermione's place at the Weasley table was non-negotiable. Harry. Arthur abandoned his alarm clock and crossed the kitchen in 3 strides, hand extended. His grip was warm and firm and slightly trembling. "Good to see you, son. Good to see you." The word son hit Harry in a place he hadn't known was vulnerable. Arthur Weasley, who had never been anything but kind, who had taken a lost boy to the Quidditch World Cup and showed him how to use the flu and treated him like one of his own from the very first summer, Arthur Weasley calling him son with tears in his eyes was almost more than Harry could take. "Good to see you too, Arthur," Harry said, and his voice was steady because a century of self-mastery was good for something, even if it couldn't quite stop the burning behind his eyes. Dinner was extraordinary. Molly had made roast beef with Yorkshire puddings, roasted potatoes, glazed carrots, buttered peas, gravy that could have brought about world peace, and 3 puddings, treacle tart, spotted dick, and an apple crumble that steamed when she pulled it from the oven. The table groaned under the weight of it. Harry ate until he thought he might actually, physically burst, and then Molly served the treacle tart and he found room because it was treacle tart and some things transcended the laws of physics. The conversation flowed around him like water. Fred and George described their plans for the joke shop. They'd been developing products for years and now, with the war over before it truly started, they were ready to launch. "We're thinking Diagon Alley," George said, gesturing with his fork. "Lease is reasonable, foot traffic is excellent, and we've got enough product to fill a storefront twice over." 3 times, Fred corrected. "If you count the experimental line. The experimental line is not ready for public consumption. Remember what happened when we tested the nosebleed nougat on Ron, one time. That happened one time and he's fine now." "I'm sitting right here," Ron said. "And my nose has never been the same." Ginny waited until the 3rd pudding. She'd been patient, unusually, remarkably patient for Ginny Weasley, who had roughly the same relationship with patience as a firework had with staying unlit. But when the plates were cleared and the adults had migrated to the sitting room and the younger contingent was gathered around the kitchen table with mugs of tea, she struck. "Right," she said, fixing Harry with a look that could have drilled through concrete. "Talk. About what specifically? Don't be clever. You know what I want to know. The chamber. The 100 years. She gestured at all of him. Everything." Harry looked at her. Ginny Weasley at 14, no, 15 now, her birthday had passed. Red hair, brown eyes, a jawline that could cut glass and a temper to match. She was fearless in a way that had nothing to do with recklessness and everything to do with a bone-deep refusal to be intimidated by anyone or anything. She'd faced Voldemort at 11, possessed by him, used by him, nearly killed by him, and come out the other side with her fire intact. He told her. Not the abbreviated version he'd given the others, the full version, or as close to it as an evening would allow. The discovery. The choice. The first year's despair and the slow rebuild. The training, the study, the loneliness, the psychological work that had saved his sanity. The Horcruxes. The battle. All of it. Ginny listened without interrupting. Unlike Ron, who processed information through immediate reaction, and Hermione, who processed it through analysis, Ginny processed it through stillness, absorbing, weighing, letting the full picture form before she responded. When Harry finished, the kitchen was quiet. Fred and George had stopped their tinkering. Hermione's tea had gone cold. 100 years alone, Ginny said. And the first thing you did when you came back was go to Umbridge's class and tell her off. It seemed like a priority. It's the most you thing you've ever done. She shook her head slowly. A century of cosmic power and your first move is defending kids from a teacher with a torture quill. They're not unrelated. A century of perspective taught me that the small cruelties matter as much as the big ones. Voldemort was a monster, but Umbridge was a system. And systems hurt more people over longer periods than any individual monster ever could. Ginny studied him. Whatever she was looking for in his face, she seemed to find it, because something shifted in her expression, a softening that didn't diminish the sharpness, just layered something warmer underneath it. "You're still you," she said. "Under all of it. You're still you." "I hope so." "You are." She said it with absolute certainty. 100 years didn't change what you care about. It just gave you the ability to actually do something about it. It was, Harry thought, one of the most perceptive things anyone had said to him since he'd come back. "Thank you, Ginny. Don't thank me. Just keep being you. The world's got enough powerful people who forgot what they were fighting for." Fred cleared his throat. "Not to interrupt the moment, but, Harry, mate, when you said you could apparate through Hogwarts wards, no, Fred. You don't even know what I was going to ask. You were going to ask if I could teach you, so you could apparate your products directly into Filch's office." Fred's grin was incandescent. "See, this is why he's the best. He's already thinking along the right lines." The evening wound down slowly, the way good evenings do, conversation tapering into comfortable silence, silences broken by laughter, laughter fading into yawns. Molly appeared in the kitchen doorway to announce that she'd made up the spare room for Harry and she'd hear no arguments about him going back to Hogwarts tonight. "It's Saturday, dear. Stay. You need a proper night's sleep in a proper bed." "Molly, I really should, Harry James Potter, you defeated the Dark Lord. You can survive a night in my guest room." There was no arguing with that logic, primarily because there was no arguing with Molly Weasley. Harry accepted with a grace that he'd learned, over a century, was the only appropriate response to being loved by someone who expressed it through hospitality. The guest room was small and warm and smelled like clean linen. Harry sat on the edge of the bed and listened to the burrows settle around him, the creak of old wood, the distant clatter of Molly finishing the dishes. She'd refused all offers of help, magical or otherwise, the murmur of conversation from the sitting room where Arthur was explaining the alarm clock to a patient and probably baffled Hermione. A knock on the door. Soft, almost hesitant. Harry knew who it was before he opened it, not through magic but through the kind of instinct you develop when you've known someone for years. "Hey," Ron said, standing in the corridor in his pajamas. "Hey. Can't sleep. Too wound up. Mind if I," he gestured vaguely at the room. "Come in." Ron settled into the armchair by the window. Harry stayed on the bed. The room was small enough that their knees were almost touching. Outside, the October night pressed against the window, dark and quiet and alive with the sounds of the countryside, owls, wind, the distant barking of a dog. They sat in silence for a while. It was a good silence, the kind that exists between people who have known each other long enough that words are optional. "I've been thinking," Ron said eventually. "Dangerous." "Shut up. I've been thinking about what happens now. With you. Not the Voldemort stuff, that's done. I mean with you. Your life. What you're going to do. I've been thinking about that too. You've got more magical knowledge in your head than every professor at Hogwarts combined. You're the most powerful wizard in, I don't even know. History. The world. You're 115 years old. You can't just go back to being a fifth year. No. I can't. So what do you do?" Harry looked at the ceiling. The paint was old and cracking and there was a stain in one corner that might have been from the ghoul's plumbing. It was perfectly imperfect, like everything in the burrow. "I teach," he said. Ron blinked. "Teach? Not at Hogwarts." "Not yet, anyway. I drive the existing faculty mad, and I'm not sure a 15-year-old body lecturing 7th years would go over well. But the knowledge I brought back from the chamber, the magical theory, the techniques, the understanding of how magic actually works, it shouldn't stay locked in my head. It needs to be shared. Published. Taught. Made available to every witch and wizard who wants to learn. You want to write books? Books, yes. But more than that. I want to build something. An institution, a research center, a school, a library, something that does for modern wizardry what the chamber's builders did for their civilization. A place where the fundamental nature of magic is studied and understood, not just the surface applications. Where anyone, pure blood, half-blood, muggleborn, can come and learn not just how to cast spells, but how magic works at the deepest level. Ron was quiet, processing this. I spent 100 years learning, Harry said. All of it alone. No one to discuss ideas with, no one to challenge my thinking, no one to say, that's brilliant, or, that's rubbish, try again. The knowledge I have is incredible, Ron. But it's also lonely. Knowledge that stays in one person's head is just memory. It only becomes real when it's shared. You'd give it away. All of it. The combat techniques, the ward designs, the everything. Not the things that could be weaponized without understanding. Some of what I know is dangerous in the wrong context. But the theoretical foundations, the understanding of magical field interaction, the healing techniques, the communication methods, the principles of deep magic, yes. All of it. Freely. Ron leaned back in the chair and stared at him. A slow grin spread across his face. You're going to change the world. I'm going to try. No, mate. You're going to change the world. I've seen you try things. You don't fail. I lost at chess 3 days ago. That doesn't count. Chess is my territory. Ron's grin softened into something more serious. I want to help. You already help, no, I mean really help. Not just stand next to you looking impressed. I want to be part of it, the institution, the teaching, whatever you're building. I don't have your power or Hermione's brains, but I know strategy. I know people. I know how to organize things so they actually work instead of just looking good on paper. He paused. And I know you. Which means I know when you're about to disappear into your head and forget that other humans exist, and I can drag you back before you start living like a monk again. Harry laughed. That might be the most important qualification of all. I'm serious, Harry. I know you are. And yes. I want you there. I need you there. You and Hermione, you're not accessories to my life, Ron. You're the reason it means anything. Ron's ears went red, the way they always did when emotion got too close to the surface. He cleared his throat roughly. Right. Good. That's settled, then. The three of us, building a magical research institute and changing the world. No big deal. No big deal. They sat there for a while longer, talking about nothing and everything, Quidditch, the joke shop, whether Neville would make a good herbology teacher someday, Ron's money was on yes, what Hermione would do when she got her hands on the deep magic theory texts, Ron's prediction, she'd vibrate at a frequency visible to the naked eye. The conversation wandered and looped and circled back, and it was ordinary and mundane and absolutely precious. When Ron finally yawned and stood and said goodnight, Harry caught his arm. Ron. Yeah. Thank you. For being here. For being you. For 100 years, the thing that kept me going, the thing that got me through the worst of it, was knowing that you and Hermione were waiting on the other side. That I had something worth coming back to. Ron's ears were crimson. He opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. You're going to make me cry, and then I'm going to have to punch you, and then Mum will hear and we'll both be in trouble. Fair enough. Good night, Harry. Good night, Ron. The door closed. Harry lay back on the bed and stared at the cracked ceiling and listened to the burrow creak and settle around him. The sounds of a family's home. The sounds of life being lived, imperfectly, noisily, beautifully. He closed his eyes. For the first time in 100 years, sleep came easily. The weeks that followed were busy in a way that had nothing to do with combat and everything to do with the slow, unglamorous work of building something new. Harry testified at the trial on November 15. He sat in the witness chair in courtroom 10 and answered questions for 4 hours, about the graveyard, about the Horcruxes, about the battle at Hogwarts. He was precise, detailed, and unemotional, and the Wisingamot listened with the rapt attention of people hearing a story they knew would be told for centuries. Riddle, in the defendant's chair, watched him with flat, dark eyes. Without his magic, he was diminishing, not physically, but in presence. The aura of menace that had surrounded Voldemort like a weather system was gone, replaced by the quiet, bitter smallness of a man who had been stripped of everything that made him exceptional. He didn't speak during Harry's testimony. He barely moved. He just watched, and Harry met his gaze and felt the last echoes of the connection they'd shared, the prophecy, the scar, the decades of fate and violence that had bound them together, and let them go. Tom Riddle was convicted on November 28. The charges were extensive: murder, conspiracy, use of forbidden magic, crimes against the magical community, crimes against Muggles, and a dozen others that the prosecution had assembled with meticulous care. The sentence was life imprisonment in a specially constructed holding facility, not Azkaban, which was deemed both inhumane, a position Harry had argued for publicly, and insufficient. A man without magic didn't need Dementors to be contained. Riddle was transferred to a secure wing of the Ministry's detention center, warded by Harry himself, where he would live out his remaining years in the mundane silence of a world without magic. Harry did not attend the sentencing. He was in the room of requirement, teaching. It had started small, a casual offer to help Neville with his defense work that had turned into an impromptu seminar on the principles of magical combat that had drawn 6 students, then 12, then 25. Within a week, Harry was running regular sessions in the room of requirement, not Dumbledore's army, though several of the same students were involved. Something new. Something bigger. He taught differently than any professor the students had ever encountered. He didn't lecture. He didn't assign textbook chapters or grade essays. He demonstrated principles and then let the students discover the applications through practice, guiding them with questions rather than answers, pushing them to understand why magic worked rather than just memorizing how. The results were immediate and dramatic. Students who had struggled with basic spellwork for years suddenly found the magic flowing more easily. A Hufflepuff third year who'd never managed a proper shield charm produced one strong enough to deflect a bludger after a single session on magical field interaction. A Slytherin sixth year who'd been written off as magically mediocre realized that her problem wasn't lack of power but lack of understanding, and within 2 weeks she was performing nonverbal magic that had previously been her greatest frustration. Hermione, predictably, became Harry's most dedicated student and his most challenging critic. She devoured the theory with a speed that impressed even Harry. Her mind was built for exactly this kind of work: the synthesis of complex systems, the identification of patterns and principles, the translation of abstract concepts into practical applications. By the end of November, she was helping him teach the younger students, explaining deep magic theory in terms that were more accessible than Harry's own explanations. "You're a better teacher than I am," Harry told her one evening, after she'd spent an hour walking a group of fourth years through the basics of magical field perception. "I'm a better explainer," she corrected. "You're a better teacher. You see what each person needs and give them exactly that. I just explain the theory. That's an important distinction, and you're wrong about both halves of it." She punched his arm, lightly, affectionately, the casual physical contact that had become more frequent between them as the weeks passed. Harry still felt each touch like a small miracle. A century of isolation didn't heal overnight. But it was healing, gradually, in the warmth of contact and conversation and the daily, unremarkable closeness of people who loved each other. Dumbledore watched all of this with an expression that Harry had come to recognize as the old man's version of contentment, the twinkle in the eye, the small smile, the way his hands folded together when he was pleased. They spoke regularly now, usually in Dumbledore's office in the evenings, their conversations ranging from magical theory to politics to the deeply personal. The dynamic between them had settled into something neither of them could have predicted: not teacher and student, not commander and soldier, but colleagues. Friends, even. Two old men in different bodies, sharing tea and ideas. You know, Dumbledore said one evening, I spent a very long time being the most powerful wizard in the world. It was exhausting and isolating and occasionally terrifying, and I made more mistakes than I care to count because there was no one who could tell me I was wrong and make it stick. He looked at Harry over his half-moon glasses. I am profoundly grateful that there is now someone who can. Are you saying you want me to tell you when you're wrong? I'm saying I want someone to be honest with me. Truly, completely honest. Without deference, without political calculation, without the assumption that Albus Dumbledore must know best because he's been alive for 150 years. He paused. You are the only person alive who can do that, Harry. Because you are the only person alive who sees me clearly. I see a brilliant man who spent too long carrying too much alone and made mistakes because isolation narrows perspective and power discourages humility. Dumbledore chuckled. See? Honest. You asked for it. I did. And I'm grateful. Dumbledore reached for a lemon drop, his eternal companion. May I ask what your plans are? Beyond the teaching, beyond the trial. What does Harry Potter want to build? Harry told him about the Research Institute. The idea had crystallized over the weeks since the battle, a place dedicated to the study and dissemination of magical knowledge at its deepest level. Not a school in the traditional sense, Hogwarts served that function well enough. Something more like a university, or a research laboratory, or a library that was also a workshop that was also a community. A place where the barriers between magical disciplines would dissolve, where ancient knowledge and modern innovation would meet, where the understanding of magic that Harry had spent a century developing could be shared, tested, challenged, and expanded by other minds. I want to call it the Evans Institute, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. After your mother? She was a Muggleborn who became one of the most talented witches of her generation, in a society that told her she was less than because of her blood. If this institute stands for anything, it stands for the idea that magical ability belongs to everyone, and that the only thing separating a mediocre wizard from an extraordinary one is understanding and effort. That's what my mother proved, and it's what I want to build on. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was rougher than usual. She would be very proud of you, Harry. I hope so. I know so. I knew Lily Evans. Briefly, incompletely, I wish I had known her better. But I knew enough to say with certainty that the son she died for has become the man she would have wanted him to be. Harry sat with that for a moment. It settled into him like warm light, filling spaces that had been hollow for a long time. Thank you, Albus. Thank you, my boy. For everything. December arrived, and with it, snow. Hogwarts transformed under the white blanket, the towers and turrets frosted like a cake, the grounds a smooth, unbroken expanse of white that smoothed over the scars of the battle. The craters were filled. The scorched earth was covered. The fallen trees were hidden under drifts. Nature's own healing, slow and patient and indifferent to the drama that had played out beneath it. Harry stood by the lake on a Saturday afternoon, watching the snow fall. The water was dark and still, the surface broken only by the occasional lazy movement of the giant squid beneath the ice that was forming at the edges. The forbidden forest was a wall of white-capped green. The sky was low and gray and full of falling snow. Footsteps behind him. Two sets, one confident and slightly heavy, one light and quick. He didn't turn around. He'd know those footsteps anywhere, across any distance, in any lifetime. Ron and Hermione came and stood on either side of him, and for a while, the three of them just watched the snow. Bones offered me a position, Hermione said eventually. Junior consultant to the DMLE on matters of magical theory and law reform. She wants to overhaul the entire legal framework around magical creatures, Muggleborn rights, and the use of dark artifacts. That's perfect for you. I know. I'm terrified. You'll be brilliant. I haven't said yes yet. I told her I needed to finish my OWLs first. Ron snorted. Only Hermione Granger would turn down a government appointment to take exams she doesn't need. I need them for me, Ronald. The education matters. The process matters. I'm not arguing. I'm admiring. Hermione flushed slightly, and Harry caught Ron's eye and raised an eyebrow, and Ron's ears went red, and the thing that had been growing between the two of them all year, the thing that Harry had seen coming from roughly year 15 of his century in the chamber, was so obvious and so sweet and so perfectly Ron and Hermione that Harry had to look away to hide his smile. What about you? Harry asked Ron. Any offers? The twins want me to help run the business side of the joke shop. Which, I'd be good at it. I'm good at strategy and logistics, and someone needs to stop them from testing products on themselves. He paused. But I told them I'd think about it. Because there's something else I want to do first. The Institute. Yeah. Ron kicked a clump of snow. If the offer's still open. It was never conditional, Ron. It's yours. Right. Good. I want to be useful. I know I can't do what you do, or what Hermione does. But I can build things. Organize things. Make them work. That's exactly what I need. The most powerful magic in the world is useless without infrastructure. Someone has to design the systems, manage the resources, handle the politics, deal with the goblins and the ministry and the international community. Someone has to turn a vision into a reality. That's a skill, Ron. And it's one I don't have. Ron looked at him, really looked, the way he'd been looking more often since the battle, with an openness that the old Ron would have hidden behind sarcasm. You know, for a bloke who spent 100 years alone, you're disturbingly good at making people feel valued. I had a lot of time to figure out what matters. Turns out it's not magic. It's people. Hermione made a sound that was halfway between a laugh and a sob. You can't just say things like that, Harry. Why not? Because it makes me want to hug you again, and it's snowing, and my arms are cold. Harry pulled her into a hug. She yelped at the cold of his robes against her cheek and then burrowed closer, and Ron rolled his eyes and joined in, and the three of them stood in a huddle by the frozen lake while the snow fell around them and the castle towered behind them and the world, quietly, continued to turn. When they separated, shivering and laughing, Harry looked out over the lake one more time. The snow was falling thicker now, the flakes fat and lazy, drifting down from a sky that seemed to go on forever. He thought about the chamber. The silence. The 100 years of work and solitude and the slow, painful process of becoming something the world had never seen. He thought about the boy who had walked through that archway, 15 years old, angry, scared, desperate for power because power was the only thing that had ever kept him alive. He thought about the man who had walked out, old beyond his years, carrying a century of knowledge and the bone-deep understanding that power was not the point. Power was the tool. The point was what you built with it. He thought about his mother's journal in his trunk, and his father's laugh that he'd never heard, and Sirius's freedom, and Snape's grudging peace, and Dumbledore's twilight contentment. He thought about Molly Weasley's roast and Arthur's alarm clock and Ginny's sharp eyes and Neville's quiet steel. He thought about the Evans Institute, still just an idea, still just a name and a vision, but already becoming real in the conversations and plans and partnerships that would give it shape. He thought about Ron, who saw the board. And Hermione, who saw the theory. And himself, who saw the magic. 3 perspectives on the same truth, that the world could be better, and that the people who believed it could be better were the ones who would make it so. The snow fell. The lake was still. The castle hummed. Harry Potter stood in the cold and felt something he hadn't felt in 100 years. Not power. Not satisfaction. Not the grim relief of a war ended and a dark lord defeated. He felt young. Not 15, he would never be 15 again, not really, not in the ways that mattered. But young in the way that mattered most, full of possibility. Standing at the beginning of something instead of the end. looking forward instead of back, for the first time in a century. The future stretched out before him like the unbroken snow, white, clean, waiting for footprints. And he had two people beside him who would walk into it without hesitation, without reservation, without asking anything in return except that he be himself. Harry turned away from the lake. Ron and Hermione were waiting, brushing snow from their shoulders, their faces flushed with cold and laughter. "Come on," Harry said. "Let's go inside. I'm freezing." "The most powerful wizard in the world," Ron said, defeated by weather. "The most powerful wizard in the world wants hot chocolate. Now you're talking sense." They walked back to the castle together. Three figures crossing the white grounds, leaving footprints in the snow that filled slowly behind them, temporary marks on a temporary landscape, already being erased by the quiet, patient falling of the snow. But the castle was warm, and the hot chocolate was waiting, and the future was vast, and Harry Potter was smiling. And for the first time in 100 years, that was enough.